Delegate of Japan, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Media is the only form of neutral representation through which ethnic minorities receive their representation. But a bias for certain ethnic groups in media would be considered inhumane. Stealing the minimal representation would lead to ethnic minorities and stealing the minimal representation of ethnic minorities and providing the same to others would lead to a seeming superiority amongst different ethnic groups. The lack of coverage by media on certain ethnic groups can also lead to the ethnic minorities seem to be invisible to the public side. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate, you have 30 seconds left. How would you like to use your time?
Would yield my time to questions.
Any delegate wishing to ask the delegate of Japan any questions? Delegate present. Okay. Delegate of Denmark, are you present in committee? Delegate of Denmark? Sorry. Right. Delegate of Saudi
Chair.
Arabia, the floor is yours.
Chair, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
What is the maximum time duration for an unmod?
15 minutes, right? 15 minutes. We'll do a maximum of 20 minutes, delegate.
Okay, Chair, noted. Thank you.
Right, delegate of Saudi Arabia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The delegate of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to stress upon the importance of cultural education to the students on West Africa, as it is necessary for the representation of youth and by youth to protect the interests and rights of minorities. By including sufficient information on minorities in study material, this can be achieved. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 25 seconds left in your speech. We'll yield that time to the next delegate.
Yes.
Delegate of Kingdom of Spain, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, genocide is generally regarded as the most offensive crime in the world. Unlike war, where the attack is general and the object is often the control of a geographical or political region, genocide attacks an individual's identity and the object is control or complete elimination of a group of people. The underlying causes of conflicts that result in acts of genocide often have deep historical roots. Ethnic and cultural distinctions often result in the formation of in-groups and out-groups thinking, where the members of different races, religions, or cultures view each other as separate, alien, or different. Identity groups are formed from such thinking. Despite all of this, genocide can be prevented. They are processes. They require planning and preparation. There are warning signs and common risk factors, both structural and dynamic, that can lead to or enable the commission of these crimes. Once the risk factors are detected, it is possible to identify measures that can be taken by the community to reduce the likelihood of it occurring. The Kingdom of Spain believes that an early genocide warning system already exists in the form of the United Nations Office on Genocide Prevention and the Ability to Protect. Spain believes that the best way to prevent genocide is to further fund and support the UNOGP with information on political, human rights, humanitarian, social, and economical developments within our countries, with the aim of identifying early warning systems of the risk of genocide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of China, the floor. Delegate of Thailand, are you present in committee? Delegate of Thailand. Seeing that Delegate of Thailand is absent, Delegate of China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The existing minorities in many parts of Western Africa are facing genocide and other methods of ethnic cleansing. The People's Republic of China is willing to provide on-the-ground support to the government forces to help them increase security in areas attacked more frequently. We can support them by training government forces and providing technical support to enable better surveillance of these areas. An early genocide warning system would help prevent further genocides and ensure that countries are able to respond quickly and effectively when showing signs of genocide. China would like to suggest collaboration between the local police and citizens to keep watch around their local regions within the state. This would both strengthen the trust between the public and the authorities and increase the scope of information gathering that could help prevent incidents of genocide. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Angola, are you present in committee?
Yes, sir.
You'll have 10 extra seconds. Delegate, the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah. So Angola has substantial interest to having effective mechanisms for multilateral cooperation that complement their bilateral and regional relationships. Angola is also focused on expanding the international arms control agenda to address the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, which has been a major cause of ethnic wars going out of control. Angola also played a constructive role and has taken a tough stance on matters related to illicit trade in small arms and light weapons in all its aspects, which has resulted in the adoption of an international program of action addressing areas such as management of weapons stockpiles, export controls, and transparency. We also support the reviving of rural economies to create greater competitiveness and employment. The focus is on strengthening of the non-oil economy with an emphasis on reviving traditional lines of business that suffered greatly during the war. We also believe that once there has been heavy fighting in ethnic wars, the sides are likely to distrust each other far too much to entrust any authority to a central government that could potentially be used against them. First, there must be enough demographic separation that ethnic regions do not themselves contain militarily significant minorities. Second, there must be enough regional self-defense capability that abrogating the autonomy of any region would be more costly than any other possible mode for doing so. We also believe that the adjusting Delegate, you're exceeding your time. Please conclude your speech.
We also believe that adjusting the balance of power between the warring sides by arming the weaker side, blockading the stronger, or partially disarming the stronger by direct military intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of India, the floor is yours. Delegate of India.
Yes, Chair.
The floor is yours, Delegate.
Thank you for recognition. Indian-African trade has grown significantly in the recent past. India extended the concession by providing aids and scholarship to African students. Beyond loans and investments, India also aided Africa in the fight against pandemic. India has gifted 150 metric tons of medical aids to 25 African countries and under the Vaccine Maitri initiative, we have supplied 24.7 million doses of COVID vaccine. India has opened many new embassies in the conflict-prone countries of Western Africa. Nigeria has become the important trading partner of India during the conflict era. India supported anti-colonial struggles in Africa. India participated in many peacekeeping missions in the conflict-prone states of Africa. India has defense partnership with many Western African nations, and we are willing to join hands with them for more peacekeeping campaigns. Thank you.
Delegate Sierra Leone, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. By the way, I'm facing some network problems, so can I keep my video off?
Yes, Delegate, no problem.
Okay. Sierra Leone represents one of the world's most successful cases of post-conflict recovery, peacekeeping, and peace building. We can be proud of the Special Court, a landmark in the global struggle against the worst crimes. We are now more focused on development. It testifies to the determination of the Sierra Leonean people to put the war behind them. We are keen on including the continued cooperation between the United Nations and our government. We have completed 3 peaceful and democratic elections since the end of the last civil war. The delegate is especially pleased that the Sierra Leone police and armed forces are serving in United Nations and African Union peacekeeping operations in Darfur, Lebanon, Mali, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan. This is a powerful example of the country's progress and the growing professionalism of its security forces. We are carrying forward some residual tasks, including support for the ongoing constitutional review process. We are finalizing the UN Development Assistance Framework, UNDAF, to support the government's agenda.
You're exceeding the time limit. Please conclude your speech.
Yes, I am confident that Sierra Leone will further advance towards a better future. The United Nations is ready always to work with the government and people of Sierra Leone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Congo, the floor is yours.
Chair, for the recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, whenever there has been conflict, women and children are most vulnerable and prone to being hit the hardest. The UN Security Council Resolution 1325 urges women's inclusion in peace negotiations and strengthens prospects of sustainable peace. Actions to end violence against children cannot wait. Republic of the Congo thinks better cooperation and inclusion of communities, religious leaders, and faith-based organizations will ensure a progressive norm shift, gradually deterring people from turning to Boko Haram. Investing in education system and promoting best practices such as the School of Husbands program by UNFPA in Niger can initiate behavioral change towards women and girls and making them understanding the benefits of having a wealthy and productive family. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Niger, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Republic of Niger would like to speak about the issues faced by the women during conflicts. The wars are concentrated in poor countries with a toxic combination of inequality, discrimination, and social conflict. The women in conflict situation had fewer resources for protection and survival, lost their loved ones, had to take responsibility for their families, and were forced to join the combatants or to flee, leaving everything behind. The effect of conflict on women is not only determined by the character and stage of the conflict, but also by the particular role of each woman caught up in it. The very nature of
wars invades private spaces, becoming a threat to their identity and security. Women are susceptible to the marginalization, poverty, and suffering endangered by armed conflicts, and they were also portrayed as symbolic bearers of cultural or ethnic identity. Many outbreaks of violence today are of religious or ethnic origin linked to issues of identity which play against women and women's rights. Many of these conflicts are marked by extreme violence and gender-based abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sudan. Delegate of Sudan, are you present in committee?
No.
Delegate of Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Thank you for recognition. Ethnic cleansing, the attempt to create ethnically homogeneous geographic areas through the deportation or forcible displacement of persons belonging to particular ethnic groups. Ethnic cleansing sometimes involves the removal of all physical vestiges of the targeted group through the destruction of monuments, cemeteries, and houses of worship. Ethnic cleansing destroys our moral values and laws, which states equality to everyone. And ethnic cleansed and resettled places are appreciably different, with higher crime rate, lower civic engagement, and less efficient public services. Ethnic cleansing has also caused high rates of post-traumatic stress disorder and other forms of psychological morbidity. Thus, it is important to stop ethnic cleansing. Tunisia suggests some measures. One, to place a hybrid court in all places where ethnic cleansing is high so that everyone receives a fair trial no matter what, and is not dependent about the traditional ways. An early warning system of genocide is also suggested, which will help prevent further genocide and ensure that countries are able to respond quickly and effectively when a nation is showing warning signs or characteristics of genocide. We also ensure that the media takes active part in this to create awareness and spread this message, so that at least by hearing this, organizations will come forward to stop these massacres and help the victims. Thank you. That was it.
All right, Delegate.
Delegate of Uganda, the floor is yours. Delegate of Uganda, you present in committee. Delegate of Yemen, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, the delegate of the Republic of Yemen had some internet issues. Did the Honorable Chair refer to me in any way?
I'm sorry, Delegate?
The delegate of the Republic of Yemen had some internet issues. Did you refer to me in any way?
Yeah, Delegate, the floor is yours. You must now speak.
Okay, thank you for the recognition. Honorable Chair and the delegates of the House, multiple actions can be taken to move forward in solving this issue. For example, a pan-West African multi-pronged program named Education à la Paix, or Peace Edu, could be launched with 3 tasks in focus. First, educate and clarify to the people on the origins of division amongst the population through grassroots and national drives. Second, create a unified national identity through the involvement of the whole nation, and continue to impress upon the population through grassroots and national drives on this identity incessantly. Thirdly, create a unified research organization to enhance and evaluate the programs and allow localization in other affected countries of West Africa. This would allow to accept and respect our similarities and differences, jointly making us who we are as a global community. Thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates.
Delegate Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, once said, "Peace is not absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." From the Rwandan genocide of 1994 to the current violence in Burkina Faso, ethnic conflict has repeatedly plagued the world through its destruction of communities. Engagement of the UN is successful in its ability to send peacekeeping forces where conflicts tend to rise. Nevertheless, actions such as the implementation of peacekeeping forces are reactionary and used after a conflict has already started. Peacekeeping can only be considered to be a preventative method if used prior to the escalation of violence. The Swiss Confederation proposes that all nations join hands to prevent conflict, help parties in conflict make peace, deploy peacekeepers, and create conditions that allow peace to hold and flourish. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Delegate Russia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Accordingly, one of the main tasks of the United Nations Office on Genocide Prevention and the responsibility to protect is to collect relevant information on political, human rights, humanitarian, social, and economic developments in countries worldwide with the aim of identifying early warning signs of the risk of atrocity crimes. The office analyzes, screen and analyzes large amounts of information, primarily from United Nations sources, as well from other sources against the risk factors contained. In the office's framework of analysis for atrocity crimes, the framework for analysis is the methodological early warning tool developed to systemize the collection of information on the risk factors associated with genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, as well to provide consistency in the assessment of information and the risk of these crimes. In conclusion, the delegate of the Russian Federation requests all the West African state governments and the members of the United Nations Human Rights Council to give full attention to the onset of such crimes, because as time passes by and the death toll increases, solving these issues will be closer to impossible. Thank you.
All right, delegates, with that, we'll close it round robin. Any other motion on the floor? Delegate Russia.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The delegate of the Russian Federation proposes a motion to suspend formal debate and continue with an unmoderated caucus for a total duration of 20 minutes.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Egypt.
Was the same as the delegate of Russia.
All right, Delegate of Tunisia. Do you have any other?
The same as the Russian delegate.
All right, delegates voting for the motion is Delegate of Russia.
I have a point of personal privilege. Could the
I'm sorry, Delegate.
Could the delegate of Russia please repeat her motion?
It's an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes, Delegate.
Okay. On the topic?
It's an unmoderated caucus. There's no topic.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Delegate, are you voting for or against the unmoderated caucus? Okay. Delegate of Central African Republic. If you're present, you're required to vote. As well as the other countries who aren't voting at the moment. All right. Delegates voting against the motion. Delegates Saudi Arabia, are you voting against the motion? All right, that motion clearly passes. We're now in an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. Delegates, please return by 11:10.
Chair, the delegate of Russia has a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Can the countries be signatories for 2 draft resolutions?
Yes, delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
But authors are exclusive to one resolution.
Honorable Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
What time are the delegates of the House supposed to return back to the Zoom link if we are getting out?
Since it's 10:49 now, we'll round it off and keep it as 11:10.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair.
All right, delegates, you may now. Do you require breakout rooms, delegates, to split into your different blocks? Delegates present? Yes, delegate of Japan.
Yeah, actually, the delegate of Russian Federation, Japan, South Africa, Ivory Coast, and Tunisia formed a bloc, and we would like to persuade other delegates to join our bloc and act as signatories for our resolution.
All right, delegate. Now you're an unmod, so you don't have to ask the EB for anything. You can just directly ask the delegate. But my question was, do you require breakout rooms so that you may go split your different separate
No,
blocks?
Chair, it won't be required.
Chair.
All right, thank you, delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
You're
Is the
free to speak
delegate
in
of
this meeting if you wish to do so.
thank you, Chair. Is the delegate of India present in committee right now?
Yes,
Yes, delegate. Whose block are you in currently?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay, delegate, would you like to join the delegate of Russia's block?
Could you please tell who all are there in your block?
Okay, there's Russia, Japan, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Niger, Japan. Who else is there?
South Africa.
South
Yeah,
Africa,
Tunisia.
Ivory Coast, then we have Saudi Arabia, and we have as
Germany.
signatories, we have Germany. As signatories, we have Germany, Egypt, China, and Denmark.
I think you missed Tunisia.
Yes, Tunisia is also there.
I included Germany. I think.
Delegate of India, would you like me to type all the countries in the chat box for you?
Yes, that would be great.
And the delegates of Western African states, we would really appreciate if you join our bloc, because we would really like to know the needs of the Western African states to include in the resolution. Delegate of Sierra Leone, are you here?
Yes, I am present.
Would you like to join a bloc, delegate?
I'm sorry, I'm already in one.
Who's bloc delegate?
Yemen and Egypt's block.
Egypt is actually a signatory of our resolution, delegate.
Delegate of Egypt, which all countries are included in your block? Could you message me privately in the chat?
Yes, delegate, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Delegates of present in the bloc of the Russian Federation and Japan, kindly see the group chat. Thank you. Delegate of Congo, would you like to join our bloc? Or are you present already?
Of Japan, I have joined Egypt's bloc already.
Again, delegate, Egypt is a signatory for our bloc. Egypt, China, Denmark, and
South Africa.
Egypt, Spain, China, and Denmark are actually signatories for our bloc.
The delegate of the Swiss Confederation, are they here? The delegate of the Swiss Confederation, would you like to be a signatory of the bloc, the resolution? Delegate, are you present?
Delegate of Swiss Confederation, are you here, delegate?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to join our block, delegate? We have been
I've
preparing.
already joined another.
Who's block delegate?
Yemen and Egypt, I guess.
And delegate Egypt is a signatory for our block.
But Egypt is there in our block as well.
Yes, delegate, but
Is the delegate of Central African Republic present in committee right now? Delegate of the Central African Republic.
I think they are present in committee, but they are not People's Republic, are we?
Delegate of India, I've sent you an invite, please accept it.
Uganda, are you present in the committee? Delegate? Excuse me, delegate of the Republic of Uganda, are you present in the committee? Please answer if you are.
Delegate of Egypt, who all are willing to be signatories in your committee, other than the names you have stated to me personally? You're muted, delegate.
The delegate of the Arab Republic of Egypt, would it be okay if you could privately message me about your sponsors of the resolution or the signatories? Either one of them.
Okay, Japan, unmute here and speak.
Delegate, kindly, if you would like to join our block, kindly do tell us, because we do have many signatories, and it'd be really helpful if we get more signatories and pass our resolution.
Just a reminder to all the delegates, at least 3/4 of the committee should be voting for the resolution to pass.
Yeah.
That is quite a large majority.
Yes, we need a 2/3 of the whole committee, and if we get more countries in a block, we'll be able to consider more of their suggestions and needs. And according to their we can make preamble clauses, and we can also include their solutions, which will be applicable to their own country.
And also, delegate of Egypt, if all the people in your committee is willing to be the signatories for our block, we'll give you our vote, and we'll also become the signatory for yours.
Your block, yeah.
Yes, delegate, I'll talk to my block about that. Thank you.
I have a
Delegate, can you please explain the role of a signatory? I'm new, sorry.
Okay.
They are the parts of, they are the type of the part of the resolution, but not the authors.
Okay, so they are not part of the block, but they support the resolution.
No. They are part of
They
the block.
basically support the draft resolution. They approve of it.
Because only, they approve on it because the resolution must also be amended to their needs. For example, here, as we are doing an emphasis on Western African states, and and the delegate of Sierra Leone is representing a Western African state, we as a bloc must clarify the needs. So signatory is nothing but Yeah, somebody who approves the. Somebody who
But according to the ROP, signatories are people that don't necessarily agree but want to see it debated. So, which definition is correct?
No, wait.
1 second, I'll get it.
Delegate of Thailand, which block are you present currently? Is the delegate of Thailand present in committee right now?
I have a question for the delegate of Russia.
Yes, China, go on.
Yes, you had mentioned that if we became signatories to your resolution, you would also be willing to get people from your bloc to be signatories for our resolution, right?
Yes, delegate. It's a win-win
Delegate of
situation.
Russia. Yeah,
Yes.
I approve of your resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegate.
Your collaboration is appreciated. Thank you, delegate. Until now, we all had the signatories include Tunisia, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Niger, Germany, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, the Arab Republic of Egypt, and the Kingdom of Spain, China, and Denmark.
And delegates, Egypt's bloc have Yemen, Ghana, Germany, and Angola, and Spain, China, Congo as the participants. Those who are willing to join, please send a message.
Sierra Leone.
Yes, Sierra Leone. Sorry. So please send a message in the chat.
And Switzerland too.
Signatories. Swiss Confederation is also.
Swiss Confederation also, yeah.
Uh,
Those who wish to be signatories for our block also, please let us know.
yeah.
Delegate of the Republic of South Africa, may I know which bloc you have joined if you have?
I've joined the Russia. I mean, the delegate of Russia's.
Okay, delegate. Would you like to become a signatory of Egypt's bloc?
I'll ask my block and let you know.
Wait, I thought we are all signatories of Egypt bloc, right? If Egypt bloc allows to be
Once Egypt sends all the names who are willing to be signatories, then we'll send our names.
Actually, I think it's Yemen whose foreign policy don't match with one of yours. So
I think except for Yemen, I think the rest of the delegates in our block are willing to be our signatories.
Delegate of Yemen, which preambulatory clause or operator clause you're against?
No, I think
no, delegate. It is not against any of your preambulatory clauses.
Okay,
delegate.
so it's with the countries.
Delegate
It is
of
not just
Russian
in line.
Federation.
delegate,
delegate.
who is your foreign policy going against?
Saudi Arabia.
No, no delegate. It's against the Russian Federation.
Again.
Okay, delegate. Understood. It's fine.
Sorry for the interruption.
My apologies, delegate. It's just not in line with my country's foreign policy. Apologies.
It's fine, delegate. It's understandable.
delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, can I please know which block you're in?
Saudi Arabia is in Russian Federation's bloc.
Oh, I see.
Delegate of Egypt, who are the sponsors of your draft resolution?
That would be Egypt, Congo, Yemen. Wait, there's a lot of them. Can I put it in the chat?
No, like we can only
delegate,
have
may
the
I-
maximum
yeah.
of 3 sponsors.
Okay, yeah. So that'll be Congo, Yemen, and Egypt, I think.
Okay, delegate, noted.
So I have a doubt if our block is also signatories with them and their block is signatories of us. Will all the 5 sponsors like go combine together, because there are 2 sponsors from our side and 3 sponsors from their side? So will the questions be like for all the 5 or will they be separate?
No, it will be different because our solutions will be different.
And delegate will also be like a final vote for each resolution. So whichever gets the most, after explaining, after the Q&A, whichever gets the most votes will be passed. Final vote. Affirmative, negative, or abstain is not there. Abstain is not there.
That is, if it's present, if any country has voted present, then they can abstain. Otherwise, we have to vote.
Actually, I want to ask that almost all of participants in Egypt's bloc, except Yemen, are willing to be Russian Federation's bloc's signatories, I think.
Delegate, sorry, could we just confirm that before it is announced?
Yes, delegate, please confirm it.
Thank you, delegate and Republic of Congo. Thank you.
So the signatories all decided of the groups.
Kindly give us a minute, delegate of the Republic of Tunisia.
Yeah, sure.
All the blocks come together, we can also have a unanimous. I'm sorry. If everyone tries to be a signatory of a certain block, we will also get all the views of all the countries and delegates in a committee, which will make the resolution widespread and it will be helpful for all. It will be really helpful.
The delegates who have not joined any sort of bloc, like the Central African Republic and Thailand, will these delegates please message me in the chat?
And also,
actually,
Republic of Uganda. Is the delegate of the Republic of Uganda present?
Yes, Uganda is present in Egypt's bloc. Yeah.
Yeah.
So are all the delegates in Russian Federation's bloc willing to be our signatories?
Only after your block commits to be signatories of our resolution delegate.
Oh. But however, Yemen's foreign policy goes against Russia's, I think.
Yeah, so because Russia and Yemen do not have foreign policy, Russia will not be a signatory for your bloc, and Yemen won't be a signatory for our bloc.
Yeah.
Okay, delegate. So that means all the other delegates will be signatories. Is that true?
Delegate, we will confirm it soon enough. We have to confirm with all the other delegates.
Not a problem, delegate. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Delegates, is everyone okay with breakout roles? Because this is really confusing on who's in Egypt's bloc and who's in Russia's bloc. So it would be easier to go in and out and check whether everyone is okay with it.
Delegate,
Yeah,
I think we only
yeah.
have 2 more minutes left until the unmod. Maybe in the next unmod, it will happen after this. Somebody
Okay,
else.
sure, delegate.
All right, delegates present, we'll have a 15-minute break after the unmoderated caucus. So if you wish to do so, you may leave the meeting after the unmoderated caucus and join back only by 11:30.
Yes, Chair.
11:25 delegates.
Delegate of Yemen, I also think that Saudi Arabia will not be able to
Chair,
sign
is it a must to leave?
Sorry, Delegate of Japan?
because I just saw a website of the Foreign Affairs stated that there's an issue between Saudi Arabia and Yemen. There has been a vicious cycles of Saudi airstrikes.
Okay, there must be a misunderstanding, Delegate of Japan. We are communicating via group.
Is the
I'm
chair
Saudi
present
Arabia.
here?
Is the delegate of China okay with Russia's draft resolution? Because Japan's solutions is present in it, and there are some issues between Japan and China currently.
Yes, I was looking it up just right now. I will let you know.
And the delegate of Saudi Arabia, it seems that there are not terms with you and Yemen stated in a Foreign Affairs website, which was just updated on November 3rd of the 3rd of November 2021. So will you be taking a presidential address to change your foreign policy, or will you just not be signing the Egypt's block? In a presidential address, you state your stance on going against your foreign policies.
The delegate of Japan, I think the delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to decide or think about it a bit more.
Okay, delegate, but just do remember that.
Delegates, I'm pretty sure that Chempaka MUN specified to not go against your foreign policy.
Maybe I can even share the link of the website we're watching, which I'm seeing. It's the official website of Foreign Affairs.
And also, delegate of South Africa, what are qualities do you possess which makes you perfect for being a sponsor?
I'm sorry, delegate of Russia.
Is the delegate of South Africa present right now?
Yes, yes, delegate.
Delegate, what qualities do you possess which makes you confirm that you'll be perfect for being a sponsor?
I have many more solutions for the resolution.
Yes, delegate, it's not about just solution. Will you able to present the draft resolution seamlessly and answer questions from the other block and from the chair?
Yes.
Okay, are you thorough with the resolution in and out once it is made?
Yeah, I was not in the last part. I mean, yeah, I'll check out the resolution, but yeah, I'm thorough.
Okay, delegate.
And could you please share the resolution one time?
We have not finished the resolution.
Till how much it's complete?
We have finished.
We just like 8 or 9 preliminary clauses.
Okay.
We started with the operative just now.
The delegate of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would not be a signatory of the resolution of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Republic of Yemen.
Yes, the People's Republic of China cannot be a signatory for the Russian Federation's bloc. Yeah.
Okay, delegate, it's understandable.
Delegate, you're muted. Russian delegate.
Delegate of Tunisia, I'm actually not talking in the Zoom meeting.
Okay, sorry.
Delegates, couldn't we actually leave because
Yeah, if you want, you can leave. Otherwise, we can utilize the time of the break for discussing.
yeah, okay.
Okay, delegate.
Delegate of Russia. Hello.
Yes, delegate.
Yes, is Republic of Tunisia in your block?
Yes, delegate.
Then I'm sorry, but I have to cancel my signing.
Okay, delegate. Delegate of Egypt, if there are a lot of people who's not willing to be signatories for our draft resolution, I'm afraid that there's less chances of our draft resolution to be passed. Delegate of Egypt.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, a delegate of Egypt, if many people from your bloc are not willing to be a signatory for our draft resolution, then there's no point. We need at least 3/4 of the committee, right?
Okay, so I think it's Yemen. China also won't be able to join the bloc. I mean, join as a signatory. But
And
I think
Sierra
the
Leone.
others and Sierra Leone. I think there's 3 of us among the 11 people that's in the bloc.
Okay, no problem.
But if those many people from our block will be signatories for your block, you must make sure that the same number of signatories will
Yes,
be coming to
delegate
our.
of China will make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, delegates, I'll just confirm who are the signatories for a draft resolution till now. Tunisia, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Niger, Germany, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Egypt, Spain, China. Oh wait, China is not there, okay. Denmark, Sierra Leone is not there, okay. India, then who else? Egypt.
Did you write Angola?
Sorry, could you
And
repeat?
delegate of South Africa gave the name for the sponsor.
Yes, delegate.
Russia, did you write Angola, Denmark?
Yes, Denmark is there. I'll add.
What about the Swiss Confederation?
Swiss Confederation also.
Yeah.
It's Angola and Switzerland.
And Ghana. I think Ghana is also willing.
Is this for the Egypt or for Russia and Japan?
Russia signatories.
Russia signatories. So I think from the delegate of Egypt's bloc, we don't have Sierra Leone and Yemen.
Yemen and also China.
China, okay.
What about other delegates who are not part of any bloc? We have also got India delegate of Russia. Can you kindly add them in the group? Thank you. Delegate of Congo, do you agree to be in a bloc? Am I right?
Could you please repeat?
You agree to be in a bloc, am I right? To be as a signatory.
Well, yes. Well, actually, I don't confirm it, but still, because none of my foreign
Delegate of Congo, please confirm it and inform us. We don't want any sort of confusion.
Delegate of Kingdom of Niger, Are you? Yeah, you're here. What about you, delegate?
Yes.
Will you be joining the bloc of the Russian Confederation and Japan?
Yes.
Already in the
Thank you, delegate of Congo. So you agree to be in our bloc, am I right?
As a signatory.
The signatory, yes.
Yes, I think so.
Delegate of Niger.
delegate
Do you
of
agree?
Japan.
Yes.
The delegate of the Republic of the Niger is already in the bloc of the Russian Federation.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, delegate. I'm sorry, delegate.
Delegate of Japan.
Yes, delegate.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had a misunderstanding about the Tunisia thing. So I am actually okay with being a signatory for your bloc.
Yeah, I think like the Sierra Leone has embassies in.
Yeah, Tunisia.
Could you kindly state what was the misunderstanding actually?
Wait, delegate, that doesn't matter.
No,
So,
I was looking it
delegate
up. I was looking it up.
Delegate of Sierra Leone, so it's confirmed. You will be a signatory, right?
Yes, I will be.
Okay, delegate. Thank you.
We have Sierra Leone, Denmark, India. Okay, so now
So till now in the Russian Federation, the bloc, we have Russia, Japan, Tunisia, Congo, Egypt, the Swiss Confederation, Niger, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Denmark, and India. Is there any?
Excuse me, Tunisia. I am a signatory for your bloc.
Yeah, I'm talking about signatories only.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Japan is Japan and Russia. They are sponsors. Sorry.
Thank you.
Is there any I've missed?
No, delegate.
No. Okay.
Delegate of Egypt. Yeah, thank you. Delegate of Egypt, now it's your turn. You can state sponsors and you can also persuade any of us. But just be noted that the delegate of Saudi Arabia and the delegate of Japan will not be joining your bloc due to
Russia also won't be joining, right? Because of Yemen.
Yes, I will be joining.
Yeah, okay. I will note that.
So Russia, Japan, and Saudi Arabia will not be joining a bloc due to foreign policies. Thank you, delegate.
Thank you. Wait, the rest of the delegates in your bloc are signatories for our bloc, right? Except
we will India, please get to know which bloc is China in.
Egypt.
Okay, I'll be calling out the.
I mean, the delegate of India cannot be part of Egypt's bloc.
Yes, India, you're in Russian Federation's bloc.
Russian Federation bloc. It will not be affected as China is not agreed to be a signatory. Thank you, delegate.
So India won't be able to be signatory for Egypt's bloc due to China.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I have to contact the delegate of Germany, whether she's willing to be.
Delegate of Germany is already part. They're in the group, am I right?
No. Delegate of Germany to be signatory for Egypt's draft resolution.
Oh, okay,
yes.
Wait,
I will ask her.
I thought Germany was in my bloc.
That is true.
No, delegate. Germany agreed to be in my bloc.
Yeah, we even have the contact in a group.
Delegate, I'm pretty sure she's in our bloc. She agreed to.
She first agreed with. Can we just confirm this with the delegate?
The delegate of Germany is actually.
She's actually in our group. She's actually in the group.
Delegate, 1 second. The delegate of Germany is not present here today in the committee as she is sick. So I will be messaging her personally later on and be confirming which block she is and whether she'll be signatory. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to clear it out. Delegate of South Africa, what do you exactly mean by I will do in 5 minutes?
Oh, 1 second. I sent it to you by mistake.
Okay.
Delegate of South Africa, is this your first time, delegate?
No.
No, delegate.
Okay, so delegate of Egypt, I think from our bloc, I think the delegate of Tunisia, the delegate of Nigeria, the delegate of Niger, Sierra Leone will be part, and then who else? Then Denmark, Switzerland, I think everyone in our bloc except Saudi Arabia, Russia, Japan, and India will not will be part of the bloc if all the countries do agree. So
Wait, Sierra Leone is in your block?
no delegate.
No, I'm in your
Just
block.
being a signatory.
Yeah, just a
I'm just a
okay,
signatory.
A person can be signatory.
Excuse me. According to the chat,
Spain is part 2. Yeah.
according to the chat, Congo, Egypt, and the Swiss Confederation are part of your bloc, but
Yeah, and me too, Sierra Leone.
yeah, they're
No
not
delegate.
part of the bloc. They're just signatories.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
delegate of
You've written
Tunisia.
them down in the bloc.
Yeah.
I'm
Delegate
sorry,
of
like
Tunisia. Just take off.
Delegate of Tunisia, before sending such information, please confirm with delegate of Russia and Japan, okay?
Wait,
Yeah,
so is
We
it
don't-
just a typo?
Yes, delegate.
yeah,
No,
it's
delegate,
a
it was a
block and then
mistake.
signatory.
Just do not consider
problem.
just do not consider Japan and every other delegation is a signatory.
Okay, so I'll be calling out the people from my block one by one. I need your approval as to whether.
Signatories, right?
Yes, delegate.
No, I'm talking about the block members, not the signatories, so that they can give their signatory name for the delegate of Egypt.
Yes.
Okay, first up, I'll confirm with the delegate of Germany. Delegate of Ivory Coast, are you willing to be signatory for Egypt's draft resolution?
Yes, delegate.
Okay, delegate of Egypt, please note that down. A delegate of Japan, are you willing to be? Delegate of Japan. Delegate of Japan.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No.
Delegate of Saudi Arabia. I believe it's a no from Saudi Arabia too, right? Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you're not audible.
It is a no from the delegate of Kingdom of
Okay.
Saudi Arabia.
Okay, delegate of Egypt, please note that down.
Yeah.
Delegate of South Africa. Are you willing to be a signatory for the delegate of Egypt's draft resolution?
Yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Niger. Are you willing to be signatory for Egypt's draft resolution? Delegate of Niger.
Yes.
Are you willing to be signatory for Egypt's draft resolution?
Yes.
Okay, delegate. Egypt, note that down. Delegate of Tunisia.
Yes, I agree.
Delegate of India. I believe it's a no too because of the presence of China. But delegate, there is
It's
China
a no.
present.
I agreed to the point you said.
Okay, got it. Is there any other delegate who have missed out from my block? Nigeria, okay. Apologies regarding that. Nigeria, are you willing to be a signatory for their block?
Yes, I am. The delegate is willing.
Thank you.
If Ms. Dada Swiss Confederation.
Swiss Confederation, I have added this country to the signatories.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
That's right.
Did you add the Kingdom of Spain too?
Yes, delegate.
All right.
Okay, I'll read out the signatories from my draft resolution. Tunisia, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Niger, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Spain, Denmark, India, Ghana, Angola, Switzerland, Congo, Sierra Leone. Is there anyone else who have left out? Delegate of Egypt, is there anyone who have left out?
No, I believe there's no one you've left out.
Delegate of Thailand and the delegate of Central African Republic, are you present? We have been calling you for quite some time now.
And delegates, however, do remember you can only be a signatory for two resolutions. However, during the final vote, you can only vote once. So you can only vote for any one resolution. It's affirmative, negative, or abstain if you have chosen to be present. So do not forget.
The delegate of the Republic of Uganda, we've been calling you for a long time. please.
Delegate of
Excuse
the
me,
Republic of
delegate
Uganda.
of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm facing some network issues.
Okay, delegate. You're
I
able to
joined the
May
block.
one delegate talk at a time. Who's speaking right now? Okay, delegate of Uganda.
Delegate, you're able to speak now, right? So just for asking, will you agree to be the a signatory for the Russian Federation's block or resolution?
Delegate of Uganda.
I think she's facing some.
You can hear me. Can you hear me?
Delegate.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, Uganda agrees. Egypt, even you can ask if the delegate would like.
Could you give me a few minutes? Just 1 second.
Yes, delegate. Wait, I'll call out these signatories for our block just to see if everyone's there.
Yeah, delegate of Japan, could you just confirm the signatories? I'll be adding Uganda's name into it.
Okay, delegate.
Delegate of Russia added.
Delegate, you're a sponsor.
Added Uganda's name in the signatories.
Okay, so
Okay,
just for
delegate.
confirming, I'll read everyone's names. Just say yes or no. Simple. Tunisia. Yes, no. Signatories for Russian Federation's resolution. Just Tunisia.
Yes.
Congo. Delegate of
Yes.
Egypt.
Yeah.
Swiss Confederation. Delegate of Swiss Confederation, you're on mute. We'll come back. Niger.
Yes.
Yes.
Delegate,
I'm the delegate of the Swiss Confederation.
Do you, just for confirming, do you agree to be of Russian Confederation's bloc?
Pardon?
Do you agree to be the part of Russian Confederation's bloc?
Delegate of Japan, I believe that Switzerland is part of Egypt. So,
No,
Switzerland will be
Yes, so it's
signatory.
signatories.
Yeah, just a signatory.
Yeah, signatory. Yeah, I was going to say the same. Nigeria.
Yes.
Sierra Leone.
I agree.
Ivory Coast.
Yes, delegate.
Denmark.
Agreed.
Yes, delegate. Delegate of Spain, do you have an inquiry?
No. The thing the delegate of Switzerland said.
Delegate of Uganda. Okay, fine. The delegate of Denmark.
The delegate agreed.
Delegate of the Republic of Uganda, why are you raising your hands?
Yeah, I know I'm asking it out, but it's my first time doing this. So, what do you mean by a signatory?
Russian Federation will be care to answer that.
Yes, thank you, Japan. Basically, delegate, a signatory is a delegate who approves of the draft resolution by a particular block. So you should make sure whether the foreign policies of your very country matches with the all the solutions and operative process and preamble.
Foreign policies.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Yes, Spain.
I've noticed that the number of signatories that our bloc gave for your bloc is greater than the number you gave for us. So I feel like that's a bit unfair.
Delegate, it's how the foreign policy is, and we can't do anything about it. My foreign policy doesn't align with.
Yeah, so like I was wondering, should we
Sorry to
decrease the
interrupt you,
number of
delegates. The unmoderated caucus is over.
Okay, sir.
Are all delegates
Thank you, Jeff.
back in committee? All right, now we'll have the floor open for motions. Is there any delegate wishing to raise a motion? We won't be entertaining any motions for another unmoderated caucus. Another unmoderated caucus won't be entertained.
Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Wasn't it stated before in the UNHRC group that it will
Delegate will go for one more mod and then we'll go for an unmod. You'll get the whole session for an unmod.
Okay, delegate. Okay, Chair.
Okay, delegates.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Can we start a round robin now, if possible?
No delegates.
Okay.
Okay, delegates wishing to speak for with. Are there any delegates wishing to bring up a motion? Okay, delegate of Japan, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Japan would like to suspend formal debate and start a moderated caucus on the topic of discussing the measures of setting up an early genocide warning system for Western African states for 10 minutes and for 15 minutes and a speaker's time of 60 seconds.
Thank you, delegate of Russia.
The delegate of the Russian Federation proposes to suspend formal debate and open the general speakers list.
Okay, by the chair's discretion, we'll be voting on the Russian Federation's motion. All delegates wishing to vote for Russia's motion, please use the raise hand feature. Delegates wishing to vote against the motion. Okay, the motion passes. Now we'll be opening the floor for the GSL. Delegates wishing to add their names to the GSL, please use the raise hand feature. Delegates, we already have a few names from yesterday, so I'll be posting it in the chat. So after that, the other delegates will be speaking. Yeah, the rapporteur has sent the pre-existing list. These delegates, you may put your hands down. Okay, delegate of Egypt, you have been recognized. Delegate of Japan. Delegate of China. South Africa. Tunisia. Congo.
Chair, what are we voting on?
This is not a vote, this is GSL delegate. Of course, is already there. Yeah, that's it. You may put your hands down. Delegate of Russia, you may now speak for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. 1 in 3 women worldwide experiences physical or sexual violence, mostly by an intimate partner. Violence against women and girls is a human rights violation, and the immediate and long-term physical, sexual, and mental consequences for women and girls can be devastating, including death. Violence negatively affects women's general well-being and prevents women from fully participating in society. It impacts the family, the community, and the country at large. It has tremendous costs from greater strains on healthcare to legal expenses and loss in productivity. Due to ethnic cleansing, numerous females from West African states are murdered, raped, or victims of other forms of human rights violation, which is deeply concerning. The Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on the 23rd February 1994, can be implemented in these West African states, which the delegate of the Russian Federation strongly believes that it will make a great impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we will have Delegate of Spain.
Thank you for the recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, or SALW for short, has and continues to have devastating consequences in the entire sub-Saharan Africa and many other parts of the world. Continued conflicts throughout the region over the past 2 decades have contributed to the ever-increasing requirement for the small arms and light weapons as the primary tool of violence, causing deaths and injuring thousands of people, among them innocent civilians. The Kingdom of Spain believes that these problems lay with the states, which need to do a better job to combat the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons. States that manufacture and export conventional arms should work with other nations to ensure adequate control systems. They should also ensure that the supply of small arms and light weapons was limited to only to governments and or entities duly authorized by them, and work on better security as a whole. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate, you have 5 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to yield it to the next delegate.
All right. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, the floor is now yours.
Thousands of children are being malnourished because of genocidal wars held throughout West Africa. From children are almost always the victims to such inhumane events, and their lives and education and welfare is being at stake. Am I audible right now? Someone has actually raised a point of personal privilege.
Please speak louder. A lot of delegates have been bringing this point up.
Children are being malnourished, and their welfare is being at stake. Because of genocidal wars throughout West Africa, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stresses upon the importance of the children's rights raised by UNICEF to protect and safeguard children throughout the continent. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 30 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
Sorry, the delegate would like to yield it to the next delegate.
Delegate of the Ivory Coast, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. It is a little exaggerating to state that the majority of media analysis of Ivory Coast growing instability over the past 2 decades has been underpinned by the primordialism theory. The willingness of the New York Times to disregard Ivory Coast complex civil wars as little more than manifestation of tribal primitivism is utterly reductive. Is a view that's certainly dominant in most media coverage that Ivory Coast country conflict can be quickly understood as soon as it is acknowledged and realized that it is an ethnic and religious conflict. It is almost as if these two adjectives alone are sufficient to provide readers with the information required to form an understanding of what is happening in Ivory Coast. The possible solutions include the implementation of an enhanced monitoring and evaluating system to better generate evidences for effective programs and statistical database. The government should recognize the importance of possessing a statistical database, and serious efforts are to be made to improve the quality and coverage of social data. Providing statistical data from the official country website itself will reduce chances of the media simulating the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate, you have 25 seconds left. How do you like to yield your time?
I'll yield to the next delegate.
Delegate of India, the floor is now yours.
Thank you for recognition. There are many terror groups in Africa. Among those are the largest terror groups of the country named Boko Haram, which was formed in the year 2009. Boko Haram is a terror group and its primary objective is to establish an Islamic state under the Sharia law in Nigeria. Its secondary objective is to widen the imposition of Islamic rule beyond Nigeria. The government has dislodged them from many territories in Nigeria, but still they manage to regroup. So what has to be done? To stop or block funding from various sources, which are internal as well as external, employment opportunities for youth so that they don't become a part of these terror groups. These are some measures to be taken to prevent expansion and weaponization of many terror groups, including Boko Haram. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 25 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
To the next delegate.
By discussion of the chair, we are opening the floor to points. Are there any points on the floor?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Will comments be supported?
Yes, delegate.
Okay, so may I?
Delegate, you have been recognized.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I do agree with the points stated by the Republic of India, and I do feel like it will make a greater change for the Western African states. Thank you.
Delegate Saudi Arabia, do you wish to agree with the delegate speech?
Yes, Chair.
All right, delegate. Thank you. Delegate Tunisia, do you wish to agree as well?
Yes, I'm ready to support the cause.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate, would any other delegate wish to comment on the speech other than the part that you wish to agree with the delegate speech? Delegate of Japan.
Delegate of Japan feels like the delegate of India have stated many things on what they have done for the Western African countries, but it would have been better to more improve on this stance if they stated what they have done exactly to stop the Boko Haram reign or rule in the Western African states. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegate.
We'll be moving on to the next speaker, Delegate of Egypt. The floor is now yours. Delegate Egypt, are you present in the committee?
Delegate of Egypt, are you present in committee? Delegate of Egypt? Delegate of Egypt, the floor is now yours. Just a second. Delegate of Spain, why have you raised your hand?
I just want to say that the delegate of Egypt is experiencing internet issues.
All right, thank you, delegate. Delegate of Egypt, the floor is yours.
Sorry, but could you repeat what the topic was? It was.
We're now in the GSL delegate. You may make it.
Oh,
brief.
okay. May I continue?
Sure, delegate.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. One of the major effects of conflicts are brutal killing and genocide, which unfortunately many are victim to. Setting up warnings and accordingly moving the people to other sites and temporary shelters for safety and protection will help save the lives of many, which basically suggests that the delegate of Egypt supports early genocide warning systems. These sites must be set up by the government after seeing the possibility of a conflict and must move people without giving more privileges to one group than the other. Protection and safety must be equally given, irrespective of their race, religion, gender, etc. Since Western African states are mostly poor and face poverty, international organizations could help by giving proper funding to set up camps and give proper temporary shelter and resources till the conflict condenses. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 23 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to yield it to the next delegate.
All right, Delegate of Japan, the floor is now yours.
Thank you for the recognition. Genocides play a large part in the diminishment of communities, ethnic and racial groups, and countries as a whole. The ethnic groups facing minoritarianism cannot stand up to this. Thus, in behalf of these ethnic groups, the UN had established the Office on Genocide Prevention and the responsibility to protect. This office, however, was acting on all countries in the world. But for these Western African states, these must be customized for the needs essential for these citizens. It can be customized by adding rights and laws that is already present in the government to make it more beneficial for those suffering due to the upper ethnic groups. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 35 seconds left. How would you like to use your time?
I'd like to yield my time to questions or I would like to yield my time to comments.
All right, Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
The delegate of Japan, it would be nice if you could specify more on the customization of genocidal support for West African countries. Thank you.
Genocide of
I'm sorry, Delegate. Did you just mention genocidal support?
No, not genocidal support, anti-genocidal support.
Thank you, Delegate.
That was a mistake from my side.
Delegate of Russia.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with Japan's points. However, if the delegate of Japan is planning on implementing these early genocide warning systems, with the help of the government, West African states government, I'm afraid that won't be possible because already they are not economically stable due to COVID and other reasons. So the best option is funding. Thank you.
Delegate of Tunisia.
Thank you for recognition. I wanted to say my point was somewhat similar to that of the delegate of Russia, and also I wanted to. It would be nice if we could get much more clarification in how we how we want to customize it, because already the UN policy is against anti-genocidal support. It's already implemented in a good way. So how exactly do you want to customize it? It would be good if you could give a much more thorough explanation to it. Yeah, thank you.
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Delegate.
Will I be allowed to answer all of these comments? Will I be able to answer them and rectify them in the chat box?
Yes, Delegate. I was just about to ask you to do so. Thank you, Delegate.
We'll be moving on to the next speaker, Delegate of China. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The smuggling of arms across borders is one of the ways that groups obtain weapons to use against ethnic groups to get them to convert forcibly, specifically in Western Africa for the purpose of ethnic cleansing. The People's Republic of China would like to propose that the UN take the lead in working with the Interpol in collaboration with the investigative forces of the local government to stop arms reaching these groups involved in ethnic cleansing. The People's Republic of China further proposes that the law enforcement agencies of the countries of the Security Council serve as advisors to this process to ensure availability of the necessary expertise. In the case of a government being the party conducting the ethnic cleansing, we propose an arms embargo for that country. Regarding the women and children caught in this war, China would like to propose building schools and infrastructures in their area and to bring NGOs into the areas to help with rehabilitating women and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we have Delegate of South Africa.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. South Africa has over the last decade witnessed very less devastating armed conflicts in the world. The region today remains stable, with Ivory divided between rebels and government, with Guinea on a number of international watch lists for further violence. These conflicts have been fueled by a pool of young people frustrated by a lack of employment prospects and easy access to light weapons. Combating access to such weapons is important in any development efforts to support this fragile and troubled region. There are about only 3 to 4 million elite small arms in South Africa compared to other countries, according to the United Nations Development Programme. However, the real figure is probably much lower. An analysis of all weapons collected in the recent years in the region through law enforcement operations, along with an assessment of new flows into the region, would indicate a much smaller total. So the Republic of South Africa would like all nations to join hands and combat small arms and light weapons proliferation. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 20 seconds left. How would you like to use your time?
I would like to yield it to the next delegate.
All right, Delegate of Tunisia, you have 1 minute and 20 seconds to speak.
Thank you for recognition. Peacekeeping deployment is a means of resolving conflicts between states by deploying unarmed or lightly armed military personnel from a number of countries. It is usually done by the UN. The media generally notices conflict when they escalate into a high level with a lot of destruction so that they entertain or catch the attention of the readers. When the conflicts are just starting, the media doesn't give much attention to it. So if the media starts to give better attention to it from the beginning itself, the news of the conflict will reach many years. Due to that, many states or organizations inside the state itself will deploy measures to control and stop the conflict. Because like media usually only report on things that are more serious. If the conflict doesn't cause widespread destruction. So yes, if the peacekeeping deployments are conducted when signs of a conflict are shown itself, we can prevent the conflict from getting worse. But it is not wise to start a full-scale peacekeeping deployment with many countries participating, as we do not exactly know the scale of the conflict. And many countries may also disagree to it by calling it small or petty to deploy such a huge measure for something we're not even thorough of. So Tunisia suggests that the state itself conduct a large-scale peacekeeping deployment, garner attention. So as the media notices it, and other organizations or groups will start to help and provide funds to stop conflicts in the beginning stage itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we'll have the last speaker in the GSL, Delegate of Congo.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition.
Sorry, Delegate of Congo. That's the second. Delegate of Japan, do you have a question?
Yes, I will be allowed to raise a point of information.
No, Delegate. We won't be entertaining that. You may ask that via chat. Delegate of Congo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Over 80% of Central African Republic's pre-Muslim population have been driven out of the country, and as of April 2018, more than 5,80,000, the majority of whom are Muslim, were still living out of the country. Republic of the Congo was happy to give some suggestions to eradicate the conflict. Seleka coalition, anti-Balaka militias, and the government. The first being the introduction of a partnership peacekeeping program of the UN in Central African Republic, and the second being disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration program in Central African Republic. Republic of the Congo, as a country, has got its foreign policy pillars around the principles of good neighborhood and development diplomacy. It's because of this, Republic of the Congo would like to propose to take immediate action from the part of the UN to solve issues in the Central African Republic. Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates.
Okay, delegates, we have exhausted the GSL. Okay, so we have two options right now. Either we could go for a 10-minute unmod, or we could suspend for lunch break right now, and we'll meet back at 1 p.m. What do you suggest, delegates?
Lunch break.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Will there be when will be having the press conference? Will it be for the whole committee session or only for a certain time period?
Session 4 will be press conference, delegate.
So which committee session, Chair? The last committee session or just
No,
after?
we'll have 5 sessions today, and the 4th one will be for press conference.
Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we'll go for lunch.
Okay, so we'll go for lunch. Any delegates open to?
Parliamentary inquiry, Honorable Chair.
Yes, delegate.
Honorable Chair, what time does the lunch break end?
1 p.m.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
How many sessions have been completed?
2. This is the second one.
Thank you, Chair.
Delegate of South Africa.
Okay, the delegate of South Africa would like to raise a motion to break for lunch.
Okay, delegate. Any delegates wishing to vote for the motion? Delegates wishing to vote against the motion? Okay, the motion clearly passes. Delegates, you may go for lunch.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Maybe use this lunch break to draft the resolution and
Please,
discuss.
that's your discretion.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
So are we going for lunch now?
Yes, delegate.
For informing delegate of Saudi Arabia and Tunisia, I think you can just see the response which I provided Russian Federation, because I've told on what we can amend, how to customize it.
Yes, I have noticed it. Thank you.
Delegate of Tunisia, would you like to answer my question?
And delegate of China.
Yeah, please to ask.
Yes, delegate of China, even I have a question regarding. Yeah.
Is it okay if I
Oh, sorry,
say
you
out
guys
the
are
answer?
breaking.
I'm
Sorry, delegate of China, could you repeat your point?
I had heard you refer to China, but I had not.
Yes, after delegate of Tunisia answers the point of information which I raised, I have a question about your.
Could the delegate please send it in the chat?
I have delegate.
Sure.
Delegate of China, kindly do refer to the chat to answer my question.
And also, delegate of China, I want to confirm one thing. You have mentioned about educating these ethnic groups, right?
Educating these ethnic groups. Yes, not educating the ethnic groups themselves. We will be educating the people prone to.
Okay, delegates, you may have 10 minutes max to discuss This is just an unmod. An unmod has started.
Now this unmod is for the okay, sorry. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
So this unmod is now for the resolution, am I right, or is it for the preparation for the crisis?
This is now the crisis committee. Now you delegates will be talking about the crisis. This is to prepare for the resolution for the crisis. Then the SSL will start, which will have 20 speakers or 15 speakers. From there, after the SSL finishes, we move on to the committee as normal.
Yes, Delegate Japan.
The message stated that Israel will be the delegate of Israel is ready to defend the Japanese in this case, but we don't have a delegate of Israel. So
Yeah, Delegate is the last in delegate. I'm sorry, the LCIMUN will soon be updating you with that.
okay, sir.
Yes, Delegate of Saudi.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Delegate.
Is it that the Republic of Japan has the question is actually that has the Republic of Japan randomly begun to carry out surgical drone strikes?
No, delegate.
Yes, Delegate.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Delegate Tunisia.
Exactly what do you mean by G7 countries?
That's the global 7 countries, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of Saudi, do you have a question?
No, Chair.
All right, Delegate. Delegates, don't you wish to discuss something yourself about the crisis?
Yeah, could you please repeat?
Like, don't you wish to discuss among the other countries about the crisis?
Chair,
Yes, Delegate.
point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Delegate.
As many of the G7 countries are not present, what is the plan? What are we going to do?
Okay, delegates, we know that some of the actual members are not present here. What we could do is you could have a unanimous vote on what the G7 countries might have said or could have said. That's the only option I see right now. We are missing a few delegates right now.
Delegates, all I can imagine that it's basically going to be, the whole committee is going to be split apart.
And I'm the only G7 country present in this meeting, Chair.
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
Germany also, but then she is not currently active. So yeah, Japan, anything to say about this?
Japan, what was the initiative of Japanese to opt for such weapons when there is already extreme acts of ethnic cleansing going on?
Wait, I'm sorry, delegates, you can question a delegate of Japan during the normal moderate caucus at the SSL, but for now you can just talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Questioning is better like kept for the moderate caucus rather than the unmod.
But sure, isn't this an unmod?
It is delegate, but I'd say questioning is better less for, no, this is a suggestion.
It is.
Delegates, what do you guys say? Does all the delegates want to ask the questions now or save it for the moderator caucus? I don't think we will get enough time for the moderator caucus. We'll have like only 1 or 2 points of information. That's it.
Can we just do everything?
All right,
right
I'm
now?
sorry, delegates, anything said in the unmodded would not be taken into consideration by the executive board. So that's why we've told you that all questioning can be left for the moderator caucus.
Okay. In that case, we'll have it for the moderator.
Chair, parliamentary inquiry, what is the maximum number of points of information which will be supported for the moderator caucus?
I'm sorry, delegate.
How many points of information will be supported maximum for each delegate?
That's why I discussed with the EB delegate. That will depend on what's happening in the moderator caucus and so on. There's no maximum limit.
Okay. Noted. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any can we know what caused Japan to randomly start carrying drone strikes in Nigeria?
That is my question.
Tunisia, I think this is a made up situation.
I know this is a made up situation.
What made you Japan?
Yeah, what made you to do that? If we know that, we can at least do it something.
Since as Russian Federation and People's Republic of China argues that you have the delegate of Japan has caused a lot of
killed a lot of civilians.
Yes, caused a lot of damage. So you'll have to your answer.
Okay, Delegate Tunisia, may I state a point? I just want to confirm. China and Japan have supplied all these weapons to these ethnic groups, and now China and Russia are pairing up and arguing against Japan?
No, I'm not. No, that's not the case, right?
Yes, that is the case.
Yes,
that is the case. China, why did China supply the weapons at the end just to go against their own actions?
But isn't that when Russia and China are going together, isn't against the foreign policy?
No, Russia and China are actually pretty close in foreign policies.
But no, I thought Al-Shahab and Boko Haram.
I don't think China had provided any weapons.
It's just.
Yeah, I think they took it by force.
The American and Chinese military equipment, yeah.
Yeah, it's American and Chinese military.
Whoa. Now, why would they do that?
Okay, let's forget about the American military because the delegate of US is not even present in the committee.
Delegates, I think the situation is that American and Chinese government had sent weapons in order to help the Nigerian government in the Western African states. However, due to the hold of Boko Haram, the Japanese government had done surgical drone strikes in order to prevent the excess hold of weapons.
Delegates, I might be wrong, but I think Boko Haram partnered with Al-Shahab to seize the equipment.
Yeah, I think that was my point.
No, delegate. The weapons for China and American government was given just to the Western African states. Boko Haram had seized it.
Okay. So they did not give it to Boko Haram.
No, they won't give it to Boko Haram.
Technically,
I know, but I thought you.
They gave it to us, the Western African states, but then Boko Haram.
When does this unmoderated caucus end?
10 minutes. That's what he said. I think we'll have about 5 more minutes.
A delegate of
Not
China, we
waste
are
more
discussing
time.
about the crisis.
I think it's in chat, so I think you can see the crisis there.
No, you're discussing the crisis and you mentioned China multiple times, but you kept breaking.
Yes, China
So,
voluntarily offered weapons.
yes.
But now they're like arguing against
No.
Japan for attacking.
No, but then like
What?
China, I feel like
sent to
that
Boko
the
Haram,
China
right?
and America did this for the well-being of West African
Yeah,
countries.
China
Like if
didn't
they
supply
have
it to the
anything,
Boko Haram.
yeah, it's just supplying to them because
So
they have a
even-
shortage of military weapons.
Yes.
So I think that in between these Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab seized it.
Yeah,
Technically,
exactly.
it's not China or America's fault. They
Russia
just
and
supplied it.
China, both of you are
But finally,
equivocally.
Finally, it goes to
right?
Japan.
it doesn't go to Japan.
Japan is just sending drones to kill people.
So,
Japan has
the
nothing
delegate
to
of
do with that.
Saudi Arabia was speaking.
No, delegate of South
Yes,
Africa.
I
Japan
was
sent a
speaking.
drone strike.
Okay, hey, can you?
Yes,
one
delegate, we are
second.
aware of that.
I think delegate of Saudi Arabia wanted
Yes,
The
the
issue
delegate of
is
Saudi
the
Arabia.
weaponry of
Can the
China.
delegate of Saudi Arabia please talk louder?
Delegate of the Russian Federation, can you hear me?
Yes.
Delegate.
Yes, now it's clear.
Russia and
Yes,
China were equivocally saying that that Japan had hurt had murdered citizens. So why are
Not murder.
But they
The
didn't
drone
murder
strike
the citizens.
Is it just me or
they have
did
hurt
anyone
the
hear
citizens?
well what the
The
delegate
I
issue
of
did
here
hear
is-
We
well,
are
but there's a
saying
Okay.
lot of
Maybe
saying
I'll
that
explain.
because-
I'll explain the situation. China and America had sent its advanced weaponry to the Western African states to fight against upper ethnic groups such as Boko Haram. But then the Boko Haram used the help of
wasn't that just what we talked
Al-Shahab,
about
yeah.
during the debate in lunchtime?
What was the debate at
Committee
lunchtime?
head.
Eyes.
Russia and China.
Okay.
Delegate of Japan, why
It
did
was
you
related to that.
Delegate of Japan, I would like to know why you sent drones.
Yeah, if we know that, at least we can like take up solution.
Yeah, you haven't sent Nigeria and
No, why have you sent
I would
drones?
like to be the moderator of this unmode so that I can assign who can talk at what time, because if multiple people are talking at the same time, we would not know who's talking.
Fine.
Okay, delegate of Nigeria, you were saying something. You can state your point.
Yes, so I had the same question, multiple, the delegate had the same question as other multiple delegates. Why did Japan send drone strikes to Nigeria without informing us prior?
I would prefer to.
Yes, a delegate of Japan, you can answer the question.
No, I would prefer to answer in the mod because whatever I say now, it's not going to be noted down. So, yes.
Okay, delegate of
Okay.
Japan.
No, but then to find, may I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, but then to find the solutions, that is what we are going to discuss in the mod. We need at least something related to why like
Yeah, but
Japan carried out
think
these
we
strikes.
can. I don't think we can obtain solutions while
We
trying to
can
justify
obtain
people's
solutions by
actions.
we can obtain some solution to fight against the Boko Haram, but right now they're invincible. So I think our first priority is to protect the civilians, like all those human rights association, just get them there, evacuate the place. That is my opinion.
That's a good solution.
Okay, evacuate.
Get the
Evacuation
civilians out
by.
of there.
I hope I'm audible right now.
Yes, please speak.
The delegate has nothing to say.
What?
What?
Delegate, kindly delegate.
Okay. Okay, we need evacuation of the citizens, and then how do we fight back? Though evacuation of the citizens, how?
Evacuation of the
Delegate, we can send peacekeeping troops.
Okay. Peacekeeping.
No, we just
that is not
we
the
just had
solution.
Delegate, one at a time. 1 minute.
Okay, delegate of Sierra Leone, right? Yeah. What did you just state?
We can send troops.
Delegate, we already had a discussion about this during the lunch break. If you're sending troops again, they're going to seize more weapons, and it's going to be
Yeah, I was eating lunch. Bill.
okay.
Yeah,
Delegate, it's
some of us were
understandable.
eating lunch during the lunch
Delegates,
break.
we'll now have the moderator caucus. So, all right. So a few delegates have already been added to that system. So I'm hoping you all have your speeches ready, and you all have something to talk about.
Parliamentary inquiry. May I know the order?
Rapporteur.
The order of speakers will be Japan, China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, South Africa, Tunisia, Yemen, India. Yeah, that's it.
Any country wishing to add the name to the SSL?
A point of
Delegate of Congo, you have been recognized.
Thank you, sir.
Delegate of Nigeria.
Yes.
Delegate of Spain.
No, I wanted to add. Was the delegate already in the speakers list?
No delegate, you've just been added.
Okay.
Delegate of Saudi.
a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Delegates, why are there two Saudi Arabia?
I'm actually using my phone to speak.
Okay.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
May I know why the delegate is added to the SSL without the permission
No, delegate. Any crucial countries taking part in the crisis will be added to the committee by the discussion of the SSL and by the discussion of the EB.
Thank you, Chair.
Kingdom of Spain, you have been recognized, as well as Yemen. Thank you, delegate.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Can do delegates have the opportunity to remove their name from the SSL?
So, delegate.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Chair.
Yes, delegate.
How many seconds should the delegate speak?
60 seconds, delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you wish to speak, delegate of South Africa?
Chair, could you please repeat?
Do you wish to speak, delegate of South Africa?
Chair, my name is already there in the list.
All right, thank you.
All right, delegates will be now beginning the SSL. Delegate of Japan, the floor is now yours.
Thank you for the recognition. So deaths due to weaponry is a risk that must be taken. Japan had not attacked Nigeria to gain the weaponry that was given by the advanced weaponry that was given by China and America. It was just to prevent the Boko Haram to get hold on more and more advanced weapons. Japan had not taken the prior approval before attacking the Nigeria with surgical drone strikes because this situation needed immediate action. Discussions of this would take more time, leading to more casualties taken by Boko Haram, therefore making Boko Haram way more powerful than it was before. However, as Japan is part of the G7, it promises that no further action will be taken before a discussion with the UNSC, the UNGA, and the G7. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 20 seconds left, and by discretion of the chair, we'll be opening the floor to points. Are there any points or comments on the floor? The Republic of Yemen.
Sorry? Honorable reporter.
Never mind, delegate. Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Delegate of Japan. Why would Japan?
Delegate of Saudi Arabia, what are you raising? Is it a point? Is it a comment?
Yes, a point of information.
All right, delegate.
Why delegate of Japan? Why would Japan launch a surgical drone strikes in Nigeria to protect, to prevent Boko Haram from invading the country further, when it can clearly harm the citizens of the state?
Chair, can I continue? Can I answer?
Yes, delegate, you may.
Chair, if the Japanese government had taken no action and had discussed with the whole country and the whole community, the UN, Boko Haram, as you already stated, you made my point. It's invincible. If no immediate action is taken, more and more casualties will happen of the citizens due to the weaponry captured by the Boko Haram. And I am sure that Boko Haram has not captured all of the weaponry sent by the Chinese and the American government. What if it gets the access on all of these weapons, on bombs, on grenades? What if they have even more advanced surgical drones? If they have more advanced bombs, it will lead to more casualties. Death due to weaponry, due to action is a risk that must be taken. It's a risk that must be taken to prevent a way more larger number of casualties that can happen in the future.
Right. Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Russia.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Delegate of Japan, you have mentioned that this action needs to be taken for the better future, but don't you think sending surgical drones at such a critical time is not a great option without discussing, at least with the veto power countries?
Even if delegate, again, it will take a lot of discussion. Due to this, it will take a lot of time, leading to way more casualties that have still occurred due to the Japanese government's attacks.
But civilians, a lot of civil.
No cross talk, delegate. You may reply through chat. Are there any other delegates wishing to ask question? Delegate of Saudi Arabia. Okay. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. Delegate of Russia, please send the question, and delegate of Russia, please. Sorry, delegate of Japan, please send the answer.
Next. Delegate of China, the floor is now yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Japanese using drones was an unfortunate decision on their part, considering citizens have already been citizens. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Hello. Oh.
Delegate, you are audible.
Okay. Hello. Okay.
Yes,
The Japanese using drones was an unfortunate decision on their part. But now the best action while prioritizing the citizens' safety is evacuation. The People's Republic of China advises the transfer of troops present in nearby country NGOs to advance to Sudan and Kenya to evacuate the citizens immediately. The NGOs from Mali are advised to send troops from their NGOs as well to ensure the safety of the already afflicted areas within Chad and Nigeria. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 30 seconds left. How do you like to use your time?
I would like to yield my time to the floor for comments and questions.
Are there any points on the floor? Delegate of Japan.
Yes, the delegate of Japan feels that the delegate of China had stated that it was an unfortunate decision. It was Chinese government's weaponry, wasn't it? Did the Chinese government take any action? No. The Chinese government and American government had taken no action at all. At least Japan was considerable enough even to take an action to prevent the further harm of the citizens, even though it was through weaponry. And for the evacuation, you would still not specify that you will be helping the citizens to evacuate. You told the NGOs of the same country should take care. You do know that the Boko Haram is still present in Nigeria, right? Will they really allow that the NGOs will just take them for evacuation? The Boko Haram still have hold on multiple citizens in Nigeria. So your say on this, delegate of China?
May I reply?
Yes, delegate, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Japan, delegate of Japan, your action with the drones was harsh and very, it was harsh because we still wouldn't have
Delegates,
known
please
exactly
remember not to use personal pronouns. Delegate of
the
China,
decision
second.
on Japan's part was unfortunate because you are putting because Japan is putting the safety of the citizens at risk, and on deploying drones, Japan has risked that safety, and we China are not only preventing the violence to occur because of our infrastructure or any selfish reason. We are trying to ensure the safety of the citizens themselves. And for the fact that we have not included our own troops, to send our own troops to the African states, we want the fastest action possible to take place, yeah? So we are advising the NGOs themselves nearby those afflicted countries to send their troops into the countries as fast as possible because they are the closest. So it will include a faster response as well. We can safely
Delegate, please
evacuate.
conclude.
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can conclude here. Yeah.
May I plead a follow-up?
Yes, delegate, you may follow up.
China, delegate of China, the delegate of Japan strictly feels that China should not be speaking on taking harsh decisions on all the bombs and wars taken part by China. And on top of that, you have still not stated how the NGOs will help them. The Boko Haram is invincible. It has still taken the whole control. Do you really think that Boko Haram will not take the control of these NGOs?
May I reply?
Delegate,
Or
you may
chat.
reply via the chat.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Hoping that the people.
I'm sorry, delegate, what are you raising?
Hoping that the People's Republic of China has sufficient and efficient
No,
plan.
I'm sorry, delegate, can you clarify what you're raising?
Comment. It's a
No, delegate, we won't be entertaining any more comments.
thank you, Joe.
We will be moving on to the next speaker. Delegate of Russia, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. First off, the delegate of the Russian Federation sent condolences to the innocent civilians who have died due to the brutal attacks committed by the Boko Haram and Al-Sahab. The Boko Haram is a terrorist organization based in northeastern Nigeria, which is also active in Chad, Niger, and northern Cameroon. In 2016, the group split, resulting in the emergence of a hostile faction known as the Islamic State's West Africa province. Under such an immediate crisis, Russia is willing to provide military troops to buy time so that other peacekeeping troops by the United Nations can proceed to evacuate the civilians from these conflict regions of Nigeria and Chad. I highly suggest Japan to stop creating havoc within these communities without coming to a solid conclusion with a meeting. Thank you.
May I raise a point of information?
Yes, delegate, the floor is now open to points. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan had clearly said in speech after finishing all his points, stating that no further actions will be taken, such as due to weaponry, due to personal involvement. No further action will be taken without the consultancy and the discussion of the UNGA, the UNHRC, and the G7. I think that was already stated in my speech.
May I proceed the answer, Chair?
It was a.
I'm sorry, delegate of Japan, what were you raising? Was that a comment?
A point of yes, it was a comment. I'm sorry.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Can comments be raised?
Sure, delegate. We'll be answering one more comment.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Saudi Arabia, do you not wish to speak with comments?
It is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's turn.
No, Delegate, we were under the impression that you wanted to comment on the Delegate of Russia's speech.
The delegate of the Russian Federation, it would be good if you could actually state more substantial solutions. That's it.
May I answer that question, Chair?
It was more of a comment, so we will not be entertaining any more such stuff.
Delegate of Japan.
I'm sorry, Chair, I forgot to lower my hand.
Thank you, Delegate.
We will be moving on to the next speaker, Delegate of Saudi Arabia. The floor is now yours.
As the delegate of Saudi Arabia is not well convinced by Japan's causes behind the attack on Nigeria, we would like to also know the exact reason behind it, as well as Japan's take on ceasefire plans to amend the problems created by Japan. China should also address its issue of having to take different stances on the same situation. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would also like to know China's further agreements on the regulation of their warfare artillery. And also, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would also like to work on Nigerian citizens' relief plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. There are 20 seconds left, so we will now be opening the floor to more points or comments. Delegates, please go ahead. Are there any points on the floor?
A point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead, Delegate.
Regarding, for example, regarding any speech, and if any delegate has a point which they want to mention, which they would like to change in the speech, can that be told as a comment or a question?
Sorry, Delhi, could you make that clear?
For example, in every speech, if they're stating something on, for example, relief campaigns or anything like that. Now, if any delegate would like to add that to the speech, like not say the whole speech, but agree to the point and also say that yes, it will be carried out, will that be allowed? Or will that be known as presidential?
You can say that via chat, Delegate.
Okay, Chair. Thank you.
Russia, you raise your hand.
No, Chair. No comments.
We shall be moving on to the next speaker, Delegate of Egypt. The floor is now yours.
Recognition. Am I audible because it's raining here?
Yes, Delegate, we can hear you.
Thank you for the recognition. The problem is quite important and is causing major crisis as more and more African countries or regions are being taken over by terrorist groups of Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab, and Egypt is deeply alarmed at that comes with it. The primary thing we need to do is that civilians must be evacuated to safer regions so that they are not hurt by the terrorist groups or the drones which Japan has deployed. Forces from UN and other organizations must be deployed so that all the people are treated for their injuries and also evacuated to safer shelters. Funding should immediately be sent across to Western African governments to set up shelters and other resources needed to survive until the crisis is over. Weapons that are going unfortunately in the hands of these infamous terrorist groups, which would mean that only weapons that are equal or more in numbers can create impact on the seemingly invincible terrorist group. The UN must prepare forces equipped with advanced and more weapons, and these people must be sent over to countries that are currently being affected by the terrorist groups, so that the terrorist groups can be withdrawn from the civilized areas and so that the civilians can be protected. The Arab Republic of Egypt believes that urgent action must be taken to combat the problem urgently, otherwise it will lead to more deaths and it will cause more damage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll be moving on to the next speaker, Delegate of South Africa. Floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. In the delegate of South Africa's opinion, the delegate assumes that Japan took a very tough decision at this critical stage. But there is no confirmation that the citizens won't be harmed with the surgical drones like the other citizens. Japan could at least host a meeting for 1 or 2 hours online with the other veto countries and take a wise decision at this stage. And I also assess that this crisis wouldn't take place if Japan would take a clean and clear decision by the help of other countries so that other countries would come forward and help Japan. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 30 seconds left. How would you like to use your time?
I would like to yield it to the chair.
Under the discretion of the chair, the floor will now be open to points or comments. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan would like to raise a point of information.
Go ahead, Delegate.
Delegate of South Africa, do you really think that hosting a 1 hour or 2 hour meeting for such a big issue will be helpful? And be practical. How will the Japan just say we need a 1 hour, 2 hour meeting right now just for solving this issue? And again, as I've already stated,
it could at least be for 1 or 2 hours. If at least if the 1 or 2 hours meeting also wasn't there, there would be more damage. In fact,
delegate, kindly do not interrupt me. Regarding that, see, again, planning a UN meeting is really large thing, and the availability. Now, all these countries have even other things. They have their own countries to take care of. These all countries cannot just come at any point of time, at any day, to just discuss a problem. Japan had taken an action for the Boko Haram to realize something. Because before that, there were no punishments for the Boko Haram. All it was discussed in the UN was Boko Haram is doing this, Boko Haram is doing that. But was there any action taken towards it? No.
Delegate, I'm sorry, but please state your question concisely.
Chair, can I answer?
So, my question was,
Sir,
Sorry,
point of personal
delegate,
privilege.
calm down. Delegate, calm down. Delegate of Japan, what is it that you want?
the question was, does delegate
Delegate, please send that via chat. Delegate South Africa, please reply to that via chat. Make sure it's seen by the ED. Delegate of China.
Point of personal privilege. May I keep my camera turned off as my internet connection? Yeah.
Yeah, sure,
Thank
delegate.
you.
Delegate of Russia.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Delegate of South Africa, I want to know what.
Sorry, delegate, what are you raising? Can you please
points of
clarify?
information.
Sure, delegate.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A delegate of South Africa, you have heavily stressed about the countries present within the United Nations to take action and hosting a 1 or 2 hour meeting, which is literally impractical. So what is the country of South Africa willing to do?
I clearly got your point, but there wouldn't be more damage if we would host at least half an hour meeting. I mean,
May I ask for a follow-up, Chair?
No, delegate, we can't entertain any more follow-ups. Delegate of Egypt.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition.
I'm
Since
sorry,
South
delegate.
Africa
Every time you write,
oh, it's a point of
please
information, Chair.
make sure, like you. Thank you, delegate. Delegate Saudi Arabia, if it's a point of information you'd like to raise, that's the last point of information we'll be entertaining.
Not a point of information, it's a comment.
No, delegate, we can't entertain that. Delegate of Egypt, you may state your point of information. Delegate of Egypt.
Chair, could you repeat what you said?
No, you may go ahead with your point of information.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Since South Africa is closer to the regions where the terrorist groups have taken over, don't you think South Africa should be the first one to take action and take the initiative of doing something instead of Japan, who took the initiative of sending drones in to make sure the terrorist group are aware that
the crisis arrest just now, so South Africa can't get information so fast.
Delegate of South Africa, please no crosstalk. Please let the delegate of Egypt finish.
Okay, Chair, sorry.
Delegate of Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate, you said that the information is not reaching you that quickly, but I don't understand your point because Japan is much further away, and And Japan has gotten the information about the crisis happening and has taken the initiative also to battle it. So, what would be your actions to against the terrorist groups in that has conquered regions in Western Africa?
Delegate South Africa, please reply to that via the chat.
Oh, okay, sir.
All right, delegates will be now moving on to the next speaker. Delegate of Tunisia, the floor is now yours. Delegate of Tunisia, it's your turn to speak.
Sorry for the delay. Thank you for recognition. Boko Haram has done major damage. The group has caused havoc in Africa's most populous country through a campaign of bombings and attacks. As we know, the weapons supplied by America and China was for the West African states in fighting such groups, but somehow the Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab got its hand in it. This leads to the fact that more care and precision to be given when military supplies are sent out, but this is a whole other situation which needs more discussion. Right now, our first priority should be to save the civilians living in Sudan and Kenya, as we got to know that these are the places they intend to attack next. Saving those civilians will be possible only if the UN and all the other countries work together. Right now, it is not possible to launch a military attack directly on the Boko Haram. And we will lose at least one of these countries to them. It's somewhat like the situation in Kabul with Taliban. That time, but then at that time we did not have an earlier warning. But now at least we have an earlier warning, and we got a chance. So Tunisia implores upon all the countries to come together, keeping our differences apart to help us as much as possible and to discuss among yourself. I'm not talking about a full-scale debate because that is going to take a lot of time, but send some delegates.
Delegate, you're exceeding the time limit. Please conclude your speech.
Yes, I asked. So the countries the Tunisia asked the countries who have high military troops to assign some military troops in the process of migration, as well as to stall Boko Haram at least for some time. And the countries who are poor in military supplies can either supply for funds if they have a nice economy, or can send delegates to around the world to get help for this cause. Thank you.
All right, delegate, we'll be moving on to the next speaker, Delegate of India. It's your turn to speak.
A parliamentary inquiry from the delegate of Russia.
Yes, delegate, go ahead.
How many more speakers are left in the list?
There are 4 more speakers, counting the delegate of India.
Okay, can I ask another parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, go ahead.
How much time will we have after the speakers list is done?
Can I start?
Yes, that's the second delegate. Okay, Delegate of India, you may proceed. Delegate of Russia will soon be answering that question.
The delegate of India would like to speak on behalf of the federal government that India will be supporting Japan, as Japan was willing to save the Nigerian civilians and the action was taken to attack the terror groups. The delegate of India agrees to the fact that Japan may or should have informed the Nigerian government in advance. In this case, instead of criticizing Japan, other countries can stand with Japan, as many countries are against these terror groups. Agencies should trace the fundings of these terror groups, strict actions to be applied on organizations who are supplying arms to these terror groups. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 30 seconds, 25 seconds remaining. We'll be accepting POIs. Wait, Delegate Egypt. Delegate Egypt, you've raised your hand.
Sorry, that was kind of.
All right, thank you, Delegate.
Delegate of Congo, it is now your turn to speak.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, Republic of the Congo agrees about how dangerous Boko Haram could be when partnered with Al-Shabaab, and Republic of the Congo strongly opposes to the action of Republic of Japan of carrying out surgical drone strike in Nigeria, killing several civilians. And Congo is definitely concerned about the protection of civilians and thinks civilians must be given priority. Congo recommends tight security in borders of Djibouti, Nigeria, and Chad to prevent illegal flow of weapons over national borders. The program of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration must be carried out in Nigeria and Chad as fast as possible to avoid tendency of unemployed youth to join with militant groups, which would help them to expand and cause more problems to civilians. Thank you, delegates.
All right, Delegate, thank you. Next, we will have the Delegate of Nigeria.
We understand Japan's intentions to suppress Boko Haram forces, but we do believe, as many other delegates have stated before, that Japan should have informed the veto nations and the Nigerian government about the attack, so civilians could have been evacuated from the area. But the real issue is Japan could be committing war crimes by causing civilian deaths in the process, and this will again stain the history of the nation of Nigeria, which has already suffered from civil wars and the damage of Boko Haram even before the militant group became invincible. So the delegate suggests for Japan to converse with the UN and the other nations and act with the whole UN's resolutions and not just their own.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now have the last speaker, Delegate of Spain. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the Kingdom of Spain disagrees with the Republic of Japan's methods of using surgical strikes as a rebuttal against the attacks of the joint forces of the terrorist organizations Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab without formal notice, which have resulted in an enormous amount of civilian casualties. Due to the invincibility of the threat, the Kingdom of Spain believes that the best course of action is to first ensure the safety of the civilians and who must be treated and given shelter as they are of the utmost priority. After the area is cleared and all the civilians are safe, Spain feels like the next course of action should be to attempt to solve the problem peacefully, such as meeting with the leaders of the terrorist groups to reach a stalemate and to support further peacekeeping missions as to prevent further destruction and casualties. Sending out the military and other such methods should be a last resort. Spain expects the cooperation of its fellow countries in helping the civilians and taking down Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. With this, we have come to the end of the Crisis Committee. Remember that all effects of this crisis have been nullified and will not affect the resolution that you have been working on so far.
Delegate of Japan.
Can we raise a point of information on the Kingdom of Spain speech?
Actually,
No, Delegate.
Okay, Chair.
Of Spain, the delegate comes up all Spain, so We will not have time for any comments.
For the delegate of Nigeria also, we can't raise a point of information.
No
I'm sorry,
delegate.
delegate.
Okay.
Delegates, we'll be now having a short break until 2:15. Please join back so that the press conference can begin.
Can we stay here and discuss the resolutions if you want? What is the necessary?
Sure, delegate. I mean, it's up to you, delegate. Totally up to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can anyone tell me what happened after the crisis started? My internet went, so I could not report anything.
Each of us discussed.
Chaos.
Yeah, each of us discussed the ways in which, like, we
You can
discussed.
protect the civilians and stop Japan.
If they keep the
Yeah.
same type of crisis even in super committee, will be very nice.
Oh my god, that's going
Yeah.
to be
No, but it was actually good though.
So
Yeah,
if it was,
I
Well-
think it was nothing but discussion we already had in the lunch.
I liked this one.
It was fun.
I was
Man,
glad.
you were in a
It
very
was
tough
fun for all the countries to go against.
Yeah.
I know that suddenly we are all against.
Actually, it's very good. The country which has more controversy will have more things to speak.
It was like a war in the US.
Nice.
And delegate of the Russian Federation, you have
So we first had a
By a
moderate.
delegate, the crisis committee is over, so you
Over.
don't have to answer it, please.
okay.
Did we first have a unmoderated caucus and then a moderated, right?
Yes.
I don't think we'll be having a moderator
We
again.
don't have a moderator.
You
don't have a
exist,
moderator.
press,
No, like for
then
the
it is
crisis,
unmod.
we had one, right?
For the,
Yes,
yeah, we had 10 minutes of unmoderated caucus and the rest moderated.
Okay. Can anyone tell me a few of the solutions which came up?
Did you ask your
Evacuations of-
former international press? Like, I'm sure there are many. Like, we discussed a lot of solutions, so it's not exactly possible to remember everything. So can you ask
No,
your
just
fellow presses?
one or two. Just one or two.
Evacuation of the civilians, and the delegate of Congo suggested tight security around the border. Then who
Okay.
else?
Then Tunisia, I think we suggested about like supplying military supplies and funds and delegates to other countries and things like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
Egypt suggested the UN troops should be deployed in those regions to protect.
I
the civilians.
suggested for the UN troops to be there to buy time so that the civilians can evacuate.
Okay, thank you.
And also I have, it's not a solution per se, but I've stressed the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stressed upon the relief plans of Nigerian citizens.
No offense, but like, can we start discussing or like
Yes,
start
please.
the resolution? Because we've been like using all our
The
brains to,
crisis
like,
doesn't matter
debate.
now. Forget.
Yeah,
yes.
it's done. We are done with the crisis. Just close the topic. We are moving into the much needed resolution, which we have not even started properly.
It's after the break. I think it's the
Yes.
press conference.
There's honestly no point. Like, we just have to
Wait,
sit
after
here.
the break, it's a press conference. Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
what?
Yes,
Wait. What?
Just putting a word that we'll also be asking questions related to the discussion which we had previous to the break. Basically, the crisis committee. So even questions will be asked from that committee.
The questions will be
Samyukta?
asked in the crisis committee as well as
You
the
may
normal
explain questions from the crisis committee and the agenda that was given before.
Oh my
Even
God,
the
when are we
previous
going to get
moderated caucuses.
resolution? I don't understand.
Even the previous moderated caucuses. Even
Please,
they,
like, try to reduce the intensity of the questions. Please, I'm first here. Please consider that. This is my first time.
Same, please.
Even though it's my third time, ask simple questions, please.
Yeah, so
Even
can we
for the first time is a bit hard to deal with.
I think first time I don't think there's much of a, something to boast about in that. There's like nothing much. Like we just, if we prepare well, like even if it's the first time, you can handle it well. You seem to be handling things well,
It's
except for the
still
fact that
we don't know how the MUN works.
That is true, because we can't take much initiatives and all. We have to depend upon others who have already done it. True, that is true. But can we discuss all this later and start resolutions?
Yes.
Again, there's only 5 minutes left. There's only 5 minutes
Never
left. So
knew we were all this capable of burning through time. So yeah, we'll just go with the resolution.
I have just one more doubt. So when will the unmoderated caucuses be held if the press conference is right after this?
Seems as
We'll
if
be informing you of
unmoderated
that soon enough, delegate.
No, after the press, then there's going to be the super committee, right?
Yes,
Wait,
delegate.
it's just
When are we going to do our resolutions?
Wait, so from 2:15 to 4 o'clock we have press conference.
Okay, delegates, just a word of advice. While the press conference is going on, people who are not getting interrogated, just go ahead and do the draft resolution. That's like the only option left.
Can we have a call so like the people who are not being interrogated can join that call and discuss and write it?
Wait, can we just have breakout rooms for that?
Okay, delegates, we can we can do that. We can get into another call and complete the resolutions if we are not being questioned.
Yeah.
If we are started questioning, then that person can leave that meeting and join here. I mean, just speak here.
Could you please tell when does this break end?
2:15. That
In
is
3
approximately 3 minutes from now.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you.
No problem. Just prepare well for everything that's coming. Delegate of Congo, is this your first time?
Yeah.
Oh yes, Delegate of Congo, I wanted to ask you something. Delegate of Egypt informed me that Congo won't be a signatory anymore. Is there a reason behind that?
No particular reason. Just I wanted to hear what you just propose in your resolution.
Delegate, you won't be hearing it until we present it towards the end of the session.
So couldn't we vote after we hear this?
No, even if you're signatory means just like you are supporting it, even if you don't like it, or it doesn't need any specifications. Like even the signatories have to vote at the end. So even if you don't like the resolution, you can just vote no at the end.
Sorry. So
I mean, you need a solid explanation as to why you voted no. You can't just simply say, I don't like this. No.
Yeah, okay, that is also true. You need to have something.
Oh, so I thought we could vote after we hear the resolution, even if we are not a signatory.
Yes, everyone will be hearing it. We will be presenting it.
Oh.
You're one of the sponsors of Egypt, right?
I think
so. Congo.
May I know when is the lunch break ending?
Lunch break?
Break.
It ends in 1 minute approximately. It's 2:40 and ends at 2:15. I just want to ask something, like the people who have done MUNs before, any suggestions that you want to give first timers about the brutality of press conference?
Yeah, brutal.
What type of questions will be asked?
Whatever happens, just talk.
Anything about your country
Make
will
sure
be
you
asked.
know the points. I mean, whatever is happening in a debate.
You won't really have press conferences in all MUNs as such.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
actually, this is my first time actually even doing a press conference.
Even attending a press conference, it's my first time. I've never seen a press conference in an MUN before.
Yeah. One more thing, all the IPs here, Will you be asking questions that is not exactly related to this topic?
Delegate, I think
from
we have already
our-
answered this. It
In
can be
some way,
related to
already
anything.
answered this
It will
question.
be related
Yeah,
to
but
the
then
topic,
that-
but not related to Africa.
Oh,
Questions might come like
Who
that.
just
superb, IP. This is what we expected from you. Superb. Marvelous.
Delegate of Japan, calm down.
Delegate of Japan, you guys said surgical.
But sadly,
drones, so
Japan
if
has
you
no question.
rate
I agree with delegate of Japan. Like he has the right to be there.
Poor delegate of Japan was thrown at his face with some weird crisis.
He did a surgical drone strike in the crisis, and he did a surgical.
No, let's be honest.
stochastic
Delegate of
reply.
Japan did handle it well. I did not expect this much.
Yeah, he did handle it really well.
Yeah, and I wonder why the delegate of Nigeria was not added to like the initial speaker list. I actually added mine like after like the initial list was.
Yeah, even I thought so. Like I thought that Tunisia won't
Delegate,
be
you
Yeah,
could have
actually,
raised
the
a
main
parliamentary.
country hit was Nigeria, right?
You
Yeah,
could have
Nigeria
raised a
was
parliamentary
a victim.
inquiry and asked the chair.
Yeah, to Nigeria, can I just ask a point of information? I just have a question. You told that Japan could
Delegate,
have
the
gone.
crisis is over.
Okay, yeah, true. We'll just drop that topic. Yeah.
Isn't the break supposed to end?
Yes, but then usually it extends to more a bit more. 2 to 3 minutes extra will be there for maybe for the others to join if they're or anything like that.
I
To be honest, till now I
need
didn't
a
have any
break.
problem. But then now, as conference, I'm scared.
A few questions are probably like what amateurs would ask, where I'm not really sure about what the others have in store, but then a few might be very,
You don't
very
have to.
easy.
You don't have to be scared that the questions will be for kids. It will be for your age only.
It won't require a lot of thinking usually. It's more what,
Yeah.
where, why, how. I mean, those it's basic.
Yeah,
stuff.
even for simple questions sometimes. Even for simple questions
But you need
sometimes
to be
people get-
able to answer it. That's the.
Not only answer, it's also handle pressure.
Yeah. One more thing, like how much like time will we get to address each question?
10 seconds.
What?
No, we will ask
Like
and you give
we'll
the
ask and
answer.
you have to give the answer by 10 seconds, but you can continue the answer for how much ever
No,
you
you know how the point of information works when we were having this crisis thing. You asked the question and then immediately you were recognized and you replied something like that.
Yeah.
It's the same way, I guess.
That's how
I'm
it
not
works.
sure also.
Yeah, that's how it
So I
should.
have
not
to recognize each of you.
No. The
Delegates,
EBs
we're going to be starting the press conference shortly. So journalists, please get ready.
Guys, do I have to answer all the questions or can I just?
Whatever. Sorry. Outside external noise.
Someone start a meeting simultaneously right now. Like for resolution.
Delegate of Japan.
Please do start a meeting.
Okay.
And in what order are we doing?
Aren't we
this?
doing no breakout rooms are not possible.
I'm sorry, delegate. Now we're in committee session. No crosstalk, please.
Okay. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Until when will this press conference go on?
Press.
So because the delegates also need to set up unmods for the resolution. So
Yeah, it will take 15 to 20 minutes max.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
In what order will it be called? Anything
So,
like that?
delegate, it's according to its own list.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be starting. We'll have Anika. Anika?
Hello.
Yeah, okay. Anika, you may ask your questions.
Okay. So it's question one. It's to the delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. May I ask?
Yes.
Point
Chan.
of personal privilege, may the IP talk clearer?
Sure. Anika, could you just talk a little bit more clear?
And also delegates, please have your video on.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, may I ask?
Sure, journalist.
Okay, the delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia mentioned that children can be educated about peacekeeping, but there may be a possibility that they can be badly influenced, right?
Journalist, could you be a bit, point of personal privilege? Could the journalist be a bit more loud?
Okay.
Yeah, Anika, you're not that audible.
Okay, the delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia mentioned that children can be educated about peacekeeping, but there may be a possibility that they can be badly influenced, right?
Journalist, I have never mentioned that children can be educated on peacekeeping.
That they can be.
Delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had never proposed that children can be educated on peacekeeping specifically.
About peace, like the children can be taught about peace. They should maintain peace.
No journalist. I had the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had never suggested that. The delegate had never suggested education of children on peacekeeping specifically. Thank you, journalist.
Okay, Anika, you may move on to your
Okay.
next question if you have any.
Okay, yes, I have a question. To the delegate of the Arab Republic of Egypt.
Yes, journalist, I'm here.
Okay. Now, other than the peacekeeping forces, can the detection of the small arm weapons can be done in any field other than the peacekeeping forces?
Sorry, but the question wasn't audible after the small arms. I was
Yeah. Anika, could you just type your question?
Yeah, that would be
That.
good.
Okay. Okay, then we'll be moving on to the next journalist. It's Chinmay.
Okay, so my first question goes to the to the Republic of Congo.
Yes, journalist.
Okay, so my question is, what steps is Congo taking to help refugees get jobs and basic amenities? As you might know that refugees are coming from the other West African states because they're not getting enough human rights there or a place to live there. So they're coming to your country. So what steps are you taking to help them?
Actually, journalist, we are accepting them wholeheartedly. However, Congo could not, Republic of the Congo could not take additional steps as Congo is already facing from issues like poverty and even a poverty to its own civilians. So unfortunately, although Congo is Republic of Congo is accepting refugees, they couldn't do any additional steps for their security.
Okay, so are you telling that you will be first prioritizing your citizens over the refugees?
Yes, because we are accepting them.
So you're saying that the refugees don't have the rights to live? in your country?
No, Republic of Congo never tells that. The refugees have no basic rights.
But you said that they had basic rights, but you told that you would prioritize your citizens over the refugees. Why is that? Aren't the refugees also humans?
Could you please clarify that point, journalist?
See, you had said that you prioritize the citizens over the refugees, but wouldn't that be inequality to the refugees?
Did I tell that anytime?
Yeah, you had stated that you would prioritize your citizens over the refugees.
I never thought like that. And it would have been kind enough if the journalist then tell when I did mention that that Congo prioritizes its citizens and refugees.
When I had asked you about if you would.
Okay, even if I told that, it might be my mistake. So I just apologize for that.
Okay. So my next question goes to Angola. Can the delegate of Angola please answer?
Yeah, you can ask.
Okay. So there have been reports that prisons in Angola are not, and the prisoners over there are not given human rights because the situation in Angola prisons are life-threatening. What do you want to say about this?
Okay, Angola has been through a brutal civil war and we still live through its repercussions. However, despite the fact that there are human rights violations, Angola accepted, but the entire reason that we are in this forum is to combat those issues, and we ensure that there are being steps taken against the inhuman. Isn't that your point? Human rights violations against prisoners, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the problem has been brought into our notice, and we ensure that there are being steps taken against that. But as there are many other issues, it might delay for some time, but it has been brought under our notice.
Okay, thank you. My next question goes to China.
Yes.
Okay, so a few years back, China had captured Tibet. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yes, member.
Yeah, when you had captured Tibet, you had driven out the supreme religious leader of that region, who was called Dalai Lama. Why have you done that?
No comment.
Does this act mean that you do not care about the religion of people in Tibet?
No comment, member.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, and my last question goes to India.
Yes.
Okay, so 3 years ago in Jammu and Kashmir, you had locked it down and closed all forms of communications out to the state. The state of India didn't allow any calls or did not give any information to about the people to the family. So what statement does the delegate of India has to say about this?
Could you just repeat it slowly?
Okay, 3 years ago in Jammu and Kashmir, India had locked it down, causing Jammu and Kashmir losing all its forms of communications like phone calls, internet connections, and anything. You had basically isolated Jammu and Kashmir. Why did you do this? What's the statement on that?
See, press, it was a wise decision taken so that the terrorism could have been reduced, because in those years and in those days, there was a lot of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, and it was headlines of the country.
Yeah, but closing
And
phone
the,
call
so that the government could take action, so it did so.
But why did you call phone call communications? I don't think that phone call phone like terrorists talk over phone, right?
See, the terrorism, like the communication between the terrorists were done through phones, through messages, through phone calls, and all those. So, telephone communication, all those were banned in Jammu and Kashmir for a few days.
But I don't think they were done over normal STD and satellite phones. They were done over landline. But they have you disconnected every single form of communication.
See, because we don't know from where what happens. It once if it is a landline, the next time it could be through STD.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Chinmay. Next, we'll be having Samana. Samana, are you there? Okay, Samana is not there. Khadija, can you go next?
Yeah, thank you, IP. So my first question is to the delegate of Kingdom of Spain. So the violence associated with Euskadi to Askatasura, ETA, in the Basque region of Spain began at a time when the Basque identity was being strongly suppressed by Madrid. Today, while the problems remain, the Basques have great freedom to practice their language and a large degree of autonomy and participation in the decisions that affect them. Yet, the violence continues. So I would like to know what is the delegate of Spain's take on this and what can be done?
Could you repeat the question, but a bit briefly?
Yeah, should I text it? Should I send
Yeah,
it?
that'll be fine too.
Yeah.
Are you done, Khadija?
No, just a second.
Khadija, do you want me to move on to the next journal so you could come later?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay then. Akshara, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
So my question is to the delegate of Federal Republic of Nigeria. So delegate, you had mentioned that implementing the reservation system as it is in India is the best way to prevent economic or political causes of ethnic conflicts. Is that correct?
Yes, that.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
I mentioned that to equalize political and economic opportunities.
yes. So, but research states that the reservation system has failed in terms of providing jobs equally to all ethnic groups. So, how do you say it will be a good solution in Western African states?
We should provide education to our citizens so that we do have people capable of working at jobs, and we should have a reservation which is proportional to like the population of each ethnic group in the nation. So so the workplace and the industry isn't dominated, and also the government parliament itself isn't dominated by one particular group more or less than the general population. Everyone must be given equal chance. That's the point of view taken by the reservation system.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay, Anika, are you done? I'm sorry, Akshay, are you done?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, Samyukta, you can go next.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
My first question would go to the delegate of Nigeria again. So because Boko Haram has taken up Nigeria as a whole, and then they're creating there's a lot of destruction going on. So what measures will the Nigerian government take to ensure the safety of children and to make sure that they're still healthy and they're still well? And yeah.
Up until now, we've used Nigeria has used its armed forces to overcome Boko Haram, but we know the armed forces isn't enough. Strategies like DDR and evacuations have to be implemented so that the citizens and the militant groups are not in the same place where the citizens could be harmed by the militants.
Delegate.
Other than DDR.
Yeah, sorry, please.
Oh, okay. Other than DDR and evacuations, help from the UN for additional troops against Boko Haram would also be appreciated. But the delegate does take the stance that peace-based solutions will work in the long run. You may continue.
Delegate, I would like to clarify my question one more time. My question was about what exactly has the Nigerian government done for the children, especially when children start developing only since like the ages of 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So there are many children who would be affected mentally and physically because of Boko Haram. So what has the government done for the children? Was my question. Or are there any policies or laws which are in progress which has to be implemented in the near future, or what? Or one more, if I would also like to modify my question. What can the citizens expect from the Nigerian government, and what measures would the Nigerian government take for the children if none have been taken so far?
The delegate would like to acknowledge the fact that the healthcare system in Nigeria is specifically for mental health and especially for children has not been developed to the levels that are required when post-traumatic stress disorder and other developmental issues in not just children but adults too. Our infrastructure, we admit it's not developed enough. So we would like to invest our resources into medical treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder and other issues children face, not just children, adults too face due to conflict and other areas. In schools, they can also be a target for Boko Haram and other groups. Even for those, we would like to see greater protection for not like to like extreme levels, but to levels which will repel Boko Haram militants. Like we know security forces, the armed forces, the police forces are all around Nigeria and in places where people collect together. So the additional use of these police and military forces will deter Boko Haram to not target public areas. We will take additional measures to deter Boko Haram and to treat those affected by stress, post-traumatic stress disorder, both children and adults. So the delegate would like to conclude his reply.
Thank you, delegate. May I proceed with the second question?
Yes, you may.
My next question would be to the delegate of China. The delegate of during the crisis committee, the delegate of China had stated that other countries and other states would be requested to send their NGOs in order to evacuate people in Nigeria and people who are part of the crisis. And so do you think other countries will agree to send their NGOs, because the levels of, I mean, there's a high possibility that there could be more loss of lives, right? So do you think other countries would agree to send troops from their side, or especially NGOs from their side, when there's this particular drastic effect, when there's a high possibility for this drastic effect?
The delegate of China did not mean to say that the NGOs had to send troops to attack the Boko Haram or the terrorist groups, all in all. We had said that the NGOs were to send troops to save the citizens, the already afflicted areas, and not to the areas currently inhibited by the terrorist groups. We had also asked for the NGOs to send troops to the countries being approached by the terrorist groups, and not to indulge with the terrorist groups at all in any kind of war. So we would not be risking the safety of the citizens now.
Thank you, Delegate. My last question would be directed to the Delegate of Japan. The Delegate of Japan had said that policies could be improvised and then implemented in Western African states. So can the delegate propose a couple of examples, a couple of policies which can be modified?
Delegate, again, I did not say for the policies in the UN to be modified. All I said was journalist. All I said was being customized with the laws and rights that is present in the constitution of these Western African states. So if all of this is added to the genocide prevention scheme or genocide prevention document, it will be better. It will be more helpful and beneficial for those suffering in the Western African states. Is my point made clear?
Delegate, I got your point, but my question was for you to give an example of what exactly can be modified in those schemes and policies. An example, it could also be one which you're planning to implement in your own country, which you think can be modified and then implemented in Western African states.
Journalist, can I get back to you through the chat, journalist?
Yes, Delegate, thank you.
Thank you, journalist.
Okay. Samyukta, are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, Khadija, you could continue with your questions.
Yeah, so I will send the question to
I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Khadija?
am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I have actually sent the question to the delegate of Spain. So
All right.
and the
Okay.
delegate reply. Yeah.
Did you ask it?
Yeah, I actually asked it first. Now I have sent it. So
Oh, okay. Send it in the chat, please.
yeah, sure.
Okay, Samana, are you there? Samana? Okay, if she's not there, then yeah, that will be the end. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, delegates.
Chair,
Yes, delegate.
should I reply to the journalist in chat?
Yes,
Or should
please.
I? All right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, delegates. Okay, delegates. Are there any motions on the floor? Delegate
In
of
the
Yemen.
parliamentary inquiry,
Yes,
can
delegate.
we the motion for an unmoderated caucus?
Sorry, delegate.
Can we put a motion
Yes.
for
Yes, you may.
unmoderated caucus?
Yes, you may. Delegate of Yemen.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delegate of the Republic of Yemen motions to suspend formal debate and move into an unmoderated caucus of 20 minutes.
Okay, delegate of Japan.
I'm sorry
We
for
get a break room.
Sorry, delegate.
The same motion, Chair, and I'm sorry for the reaction that was done. It was missed.
That's all right, delegate. Okay, so delegate of Tunisia, you've been recognized.
Can we get a break room? Like,
Yes, delegate, you may. All those delegates wishing to vote for the motion brought by delegate of Yemen. Are there any more delegates wishing to vote for the motion? Okay. Delegates, if you want to vote for the motion, please do it now. Okay, delegates, all those wishing to vote against the motion. Japan, do you wish to vote against the motion? Okay, motion passes. Now we have an unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. Delegate of Swiss Confederation.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Can the chair please mention the time duration for the unmod caucus?
20 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
A parliamentary inquiry from the delegate of Russia.
Yes, delegate.
Could the chair make 2 breakout rooms?
Yes, delegate.
do we have to click on the join breakout room?
Yes. Delegates present in the Russian Federation's block, please join room number 1. And delegates present in Egypt's block, please join room number 2.
Signatories, you can go to any block.
Chair, what should the
What should the IP do?
Yeah. Can we
Oh,
just
the
work
IP, you may leave.
You can stay in the meet and when they all come back, we can resume.
Yeah.
So the
You may stay and get content for your reports. So
Yes,
thank you,
Chair.
So we can join the breakout rooms, right?
yes, you may.
Okay.
Chair, can we join the breakout rooms of our choice, or how is it going to be like?
Yes, journalists, you may.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Delegate of Nigeria joined room number 1. And parliamentary inquiry chair. Chair.
Actually, we need the access to share a screen. So will it be possible? Share. Excuse me, Chair.
Chair.
Wait, I checked this thing, and I think everyone in the other block is still in the breakout room, so I think we can like join back to the breakout room.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, see you there.
I'll see you then.
Aye.
Russian bloc.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, do you guys have a resolution to present?
1 second, Chair. Can I just give me 1 minute?
Okay.
All right, delegates, any motion to present the draft resolution? Delegates present? Any motion to present the draft resolution? Delegate of Japan, you have been recognized.
Delegate of Japan would like to suspend formal debate and present the resolution produced in the block of the Russian Federation.
All right, delegate granted. Please proceed.
Would the Russian Federation kindly share the screen?
Is it seen for all the delegates?
Yes.
Delegate of Japan, may I start with the preamps?
Yes, sure, delegate.
Yes, first I would like to say that the sponsors of this draft resolution is Russia and Japan. And the signatories are Tunisia, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Niger, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Spain, Denmark, India, Switzerland, Sierra Leone, and Uganda. So regarding the first preambulatory clause, deeply concerned by the violation of human rights, this is a very general term. It's more like an opening preambulatory clause for a whole ethnic cleansing issue which is occurring in West African states. We have even specified the involvement of the United Nations Human Rights Council and also the Human Rights Force in Mali. And it turns out that they had reported 300 civilians to be deceased in 100 attacks during 2018. For the second one, recalling the endeavors of the United Nations mission in Sierra Leone, there has been a pretty brutal civil war in Sierra Leone during between 1991 to 2002, which severely affected the whole nation. So that should be addressed too. Along by the deaths caused to genocide, this is a very general term, and our opening statement to one of our solutions, which is when we have also included a connection to the Genocide Convention, which has taken place in 9th December 1948 to liberate mankind from misery. So this can be thoroughly applied in West African countries, even though ethnic cleansing is taking place and it's not considered as an international crime. Ethnic cleansing is a form of genocide, so it needs to be considered seriously. Sorry. Taking note of the resolution proposed by the United Nations Security Council for the setting up of the International Commission of Inquiry in September 19. This is a very general term. We wanted to include the Ivory Coast also into this, since there have been reports of ethnic cleansing acts in Ivory Coast. viewing with appreciation the maintenance of peace within the Republic of Ghana. This should be taken into consideration since even though there have been many cases of ethnic cleansing, they were able to reduce the death toll and somehow provide peace for the civilians over there by urging the neighboring Ghana's neighboring countries for a peaceful negotiation. Emphasizing the humanitarian intervention regarding the Nigerian civil war. The Nigerian civil war cannot be ignored. It is pretty much greatly embarked in history, which has occurred from 1967 to 1970. And it is denote the international emergency relief operation. We have also mentioned how deeply concerning there is due to the social discrimination and minoritization faced by the ethnic groups, especially between tribal groups in Burkina Faso, which has been during 2006 and even currently in 2021. Emphasizing on the conflicts such as refugee flows, internal displacement, regional instability. These are the reasons as to why ethnic cleansing does exist in Burkina Faso. Delegate of Japan, would you like to go ahead with the operating process?
Yes. Just for informing all the delegates here, this is not the final set of clauses. We will be taking amendments from all the signatories present in this committee. Thank you, delegates. So the first one calls upon the countries in the UNHRC and the UNGA to collaborate and form a more developed Office of Genocide Prevention and Early Genocide Warning System, customized with the rights and laws necessary for the citizens of the West African society to be established in this in these West African states. I think journalists have also asked me the same questions on how will it be customized. The Western African society has a really low military force and a police force to prevent such genocide prevention, as stated by the delegate of Nigeria, a direct part in such activities. So this is adding such laws of an increased police force or a military alliance with such countries will be how such genocide prevention committees and documents will be amended. 2. Encourages the citizens in the West African society to take cases of minoritarianism to stand up against ethnic groups enjoying impunity to the judicial organ of the country, which means that instead of just due to the lack of representation, these ethnic minorities are not able to stand up for themselves, but the Supreme Court can and will take a stand for them against such ethnic groups enjoying impunity and carrying out such ethnic and racial cleansings. It also further requests the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, the judicial organ of the UN, to take up and solve legal issues regarding impunity and minoritarianism amongst various ethnic and racial groups and societies by setting up hybrid courts. Number 4. Okay, so
Delegate of Japan, I just want to add on one more point. If any delegates on the chair is wondering why these unprotected civilians should go against these perpetrators of ethnic cleansing, it is related to the hybrid court. Once the hybrid court has been set up, there will be a combination of the governmental law and the international law. That way, the unprotected civilians will have a voice to voice out their concerns against the perpetrators of ethnic cleansing.
And even these ethnic minorities cannot stand up for themselves outside of this judicial organ due to inhuman practices such as genocide which is taking place, and this can be a threat to their life. Number 4. Authorizes an annual census for the investigation of reasons of the decrease in the population of ethnic groups in Western African states. Just for example, during the census, we would see the reasons on why any ethnic group has decreased and take respective actions for it. It declares the Financial Action Task Force to blacklist funders after agencies trace the funding source of these ethnic groups causing violence in Western African states. Many of these ethnic groups who cause Western African states have a large supply of weapons. This is because they also have a source for funding. So after the UN agencies and the communities of investigation present in the UN track such funders, the Financial Action Task Force will blacklist such funders. Number 6, calls upon more privileged countries to build healthcare campaigns and services for the physical and mental support of ex-combatant child soldiers in MINUSMA for the reintegration of such ex-combatant child soldiers back into society. These child soldiers do not go to the official process to gain the identity of a civilian or a citizen, and for this, due to the trauma they faced during the war, for treating this, all the privileged countries that have a rising economy and a steady GDP must build healthcare campaigns and services for the mental and physical support of such soldiers. Delegates, this is the end of our resolution. However, we still are accepting new policies and amendments that from the committee. Thank you.
Yes, journalist.
Wouldn't it be like a big thing for the minorities to go to the straight to the ICG for a small
Delegate,
legal
you can
issue?
only, yeah, that's fine. Only if the solutions are large enough and are among ethnic groups of various different Western African states, these issues will be transported, will be given to the ICG, the International Court of Justice. Does this answer your question, journalist?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, journalist.
We are open to more questions about the resolution.
And any amendments? No amendments, sorry. Now it's only time for questions. Any delegates who would like to ask questions?
If there are more than 5 amendments, we will have to scrap the resolution.
Delegates,
Okay, sir, noted.
if there are more than 5 amendments, we would, if there are more or less than 5 amendments.
More than 5 amendments.
Thank you, Chair. Any delegates who would like to propose an amendment? Really not. Chair, can we stop the question answer?
Yes, seeing none, we'll move on to the next block. Are there any other motions? Are there any other resolutions? Delegate of Yemen, Delegate of Egypt, your block had a resolution to present, right? Yes, Delegate of Egypt, you have been recognized.
The delegate of Egypt would like to propose a motion to present the resolution of Egypt's resolution.
Okay, you may.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition. I think China is delegate of China who will be presenting with me is facing some network issues, so we'll be waiting a few minutes for her to
Delegate
come
of
back.
China is here.
Thank you, delegate.
Okay,
I'm here.
fine. Present. 1 second. So this is a draft resolution submitted by Arab Republic of Egypt, Republic of Yemen, and People's Republic of China. And it's co-submitted by Republic of Congo, Kingdom of Spain, Swiss Confederation, Republic of Sierra Leone, Republic of Angola, Denmark, and Republic of Uganda. The signatories include Republic of Niger, Republic of Ivory Coast, Republic of South Africa, Republic of Tunisia, and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Delegate.
Is there any difference between co-submission and signatory delegate?
Could you repeat that?
Is there any difference between a co-submitter and a signatory?
Delegate, where do you get co-submitter from?
It's written in the resolution, delegate. It's written co-submitted by dash and signatories.
Those, they will be the sponsors. So sponsors and no, they are the signatories and the sponsors. I don't think what there is no co-submitted by, it's either authors or Signatories.
Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate of Egypt, please fix it.
Reaffirming our primary responsibility to develop friendly relations among nations based on the respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and to take other appropriate measures to strengthen universal peace in accordance with Charter of the United Nations, deploring the fact that thousands of people have been killed and millions displaced as a result of ethnic-related conflicts in the sub-Saharan regions of Western Africa. Noting further, more than 580,000 civilians of Central African Republic have been driven out of the country as a result of ethnic cleansing. Recalling the adopted resolution by General Assembly in 18th May 2021, noting with deep concern the late reactions of authorities to events related to ethnic cleansing and ethnic conflict, alarmed at the brutal conflicts taking place in Western African states like Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Mali, emphasizing on the concept adopted by UN Special Rapporteur's 2019 annual report to the UN's General Assembly that a person can freely belong to any ethnic, religious, or linguistic minority without any requirement of citizenship, residence, official recognition, or any other status. Request United Nations to focus on combating small arm and light weapon proliferation, disarmament, demobilization, reintegration must be properly organized in the conflict-affected areas so as to confiscate arms and to make sure that they don't reach back to the general public. Understand youth well and ensure that they acquire sustainable employment and income. Unemployed youth crossing the transit zone of northern Mali are getting forced by themselves to get involved in arms trafficking due to their unemployment and poverty, as well as fear towards militant groups who force them to do the same. Tighten security in the borders of countries having ethnic conflicts. This is because porous borders have benefited criminal networks and illegal flows of weapons. The UN must encourage the member countries that are economically rich to provide sanctions to Western African governments to confiscate unlicensed weapons. The UN must request member countries to stop supply for small arms and light weapons to combatant groups, if any. Creation of checkpoints in strategic locations to ensure constant checking of combat flows of small arm and light weapons. Creation of policies of systematic keeping of records and information on firearms and international transactions in firearms, their parts and components and ammunitions for tracing purposes. Enforcement of laws where persons holding legally or illegally acclaimed arms can be handed over to the authorities without fear of prosecution. Recognizing businesses which are involved in the production of homemade rifles and rudimentary pistols, and involving them for the positive defense of the country. I would like to hand it over to the People's Republic of China to continue.
Thank you, Delegate. Recommends to focus on the power sharing approach to prevent the ethnic or racial domination of any group, as it is the most widespread basis for solutions proposed by scholars studying current ethnic conflicts. Recommends UNHRC to set up a pan-West African multi-pronged program named Education a la Paix, or Peace Edu, with 3 subtasks in focus. Educate and clarify to the people on the origins of division amongst the population through grassroots and national drives. Create a unified national identity through the involvement of the whole nation, and continue to impress upon the population through grassroots and national drives on this identity incessantly. Create a unified research organization to enhance and evaluate programs and allow localization in other affected countries of West Africa. Requests the government to ensure proportional representation and recognition of all ethnicities and must be impartial. Equal representation of different ethnicities to voice out their problems, equal protection and safety of the people irrespective of their gender, race, religion, and ethnicity, equal resources and land provided to each ethnicity to prevent ethnic competition, proposes that all nations join hands to prevent conflict, help parties in conflict make peace, deploy peacekeepers, and create conditions that allow peace to hold and flourish. I would like to call upon the delegate of Yemen to continue.
Thank you, delegate of the People's Republic of China. So, 5 proposes that all nations join hands to prevent conflict, help parties in conflict make peace, deploy peacekeepers, and create conditions that allow peace to hold and flourish. 6 calls upon greater African participation in security sector reform projects, training, and capacity building. A, increases security in Africa, which will make it more resilient toward threats. And B, examples include 1, working together with the respective ministries of defense and strengthening defense offices in key countries. 2, intensify security cooperation with ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. 7, encourages African participation in international initiatives, particularly those promoted in the fight against terrorism and those dedicated to strengthening preventive diplomacy. Greater participation means that Africans will be better suited to fight of threats such as terrorists, ethnic conflicts, and other issues. Emphasizes strengthening of the African peace and architecture. A more peaceful Africa means more unity, which can lead security to low crime rates. B, and this also means more unity against common threats such as terrorism and human trafficking. 9, encourages the promotion of the role of regional and sub-regional African organizations in conflict prevention. A better role means greater conflict prevention in those areas, and this will lead to less ethical and regular conflicts forming and the subjugation of ongoing conflicts, Boko Haram, the Tigray conflict, the Sahel conflict, etc. 10, supports the efforts of the G5 Sahel to stabilize and end conflict in the region. 11, encourages further funding and supporting various UN peacekeeping operations in Africa, such as MINUSCA, MONUSCO, MINUSMA, and UNMISS. 12, we strongly recommend an early genocide warning system that includes A, collaboration of the citizens and local police force and the UN to keep watch on their local regions of the state. And 2, further funding and supporting the United Nations Office on Genocide Prevention and the ability to protect with information on political, human rights, humanitarian, social, and economic developments with the aim of identifying early warning signs of the risk of genocide. Lastly, requests to provide both humanitarian and long-term development assistance to both refugee and host communities by providing ongoing support to and establishing durable solutions for refugees. Thank you, delegates of the House.
We are open to make any differences or changes according to the other delegates' opinion. So,
Delegate of Russian Federation, you have been recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate who's screen sharing, may they go up to the preambulatory clauses? Yes, recalling the adoption resolution by the General Assembly on 18 May 2021. Adoption resolution based on what? This is a very vague clause. May you, delegates, sponsors, please explain more.
the delegate of Spain or Switzerland, you were working on this. Would you be able to explain it?
A delegate, may I confirm only sponsors are supposed to talk in this?
Oh, okay.
Yes, delegate, that's correct.
Any responses, or can I ask my question?
Delegates, we have to move to the voting procedure soon, so could you please?
Okay,
Delegate of
delegate
China,
of
please.
Egypt, can you, yes, Chair?
I
Okay.
understand that it's vague and we will make changes to that, but I'll have to talk to the rest of the block.
No, because
Then,
do I have the permission?
then we, Delegate Vijay, I think you can take off that clause
So,
completely.
the chair,
Delegates, you can't alter it right now. We have to
No, no, no.
raise an amendment.
Amendment, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Sorry, delegate, what was that?
Chair, now they're telling that they would edit it, but I don't think we can edit it just like that. It will be considered as an amendment. So
Yes,
it
it would be an
Yeah.
amendment.
So I think this would be a friendly amendment. Am I right, delegates?
Yes, if you want it to be considered as a friendly amendment, that could also be done.
Egypt, delegate of Egypt, delegate of China, and Yemen. I think you guys have to finalize.
Yes, we consider this as a friendly
Parliamentary
amendment.
inquiry chair, isn't there a voting procedure for the amendment? Or...
Yes, delegate, that's only done after the after all the amendments have been recognized.
Okay.
Chair, can I state my amendment, Chair? Do I have the permission?
Yes, delegate, you may.
Can you go down? Can you go down to your object, in your operative clauses? You had stated somewhere that you would have police force on strategized locations to see the check of the movement of all these. Where is it? Or the flow of weapons. Where is it? On strategized.
I think it's F part.
Yeah, F, creation of checkpoints. Yeah. So who will be doing this? Because the Western African states, the police was already under a lot of pressure to fight against these all such high ethnic groups. So who will be doing this? For this, I would like to propose an amendment in which you could specify that the MSC, the MSC, the Military Staff Committee of the United Nations will be doing such checkpoints. Can the delegate of the sponsors, are we proposing an amendment for the MSC, the military?
Yes, delegate, we will make the changes and we do consider that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, delegate.
May I ask a question?
Please wait, delegate. Delegate of Russia, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Chair. May the delegate who's screen sharing go to 1C of the operative clause? Tighten security in the borders of those countries having ethnic conflicts. Delegate, don't you think there will be a lot of civilians who's trying to escape those conflict regions? So tightening securities across the borders, it prevents these civilians from escaping. So don't you think that's a really deep concern? You're just basically trapping the civilians in the state just to get affected.
This also, if, for example, if this is carried out in Nigeria, the Boko Haram have a higher
Delegate of
possible
Japan,
chance.
you have not been recognized yet. Please.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair. Very sorry.
Okay.
Delegate of Russia, would you like to continue?
Yes, just like the delegate of Japan stated, in the conflict region of Nigeria, the Boko Haram, it is affecting the ethnic groups present over there. And if you're going to close all the borders, you're basically exposing the civilians to attacks. And that is not our aim. So I would like an amendment.
Delegate, when you're offering an amendment, you should state exactly what you want.
Chair, can the delegate of Japan state an amendment based on the Russian Federation?
Sorry, delegate.
Can the delegate of Japan suggest an amendment based on the Russian Federation statement?
Please discuss among yourselves and come up with something that we can use.
Yes, delegate. Yes, Chair.
Delegate of Tunisia.
Yeah, in the first, the operative clause part A, this disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration must be properly organized. Like, don't you think, like, if we, sorry, I got this thing wrong, clause wrong. Like, I think somewhere we have mentioned, like splitting the groups into several, like giving borders to them and all. Can I go to that clause if that's fine? you have mentioned like equal resources, equal places and all. So
Delegate of Republic of Tunisia, which point are you referring
yeah,
to?
4 clause C, like equal resources and land provided to each ethnicity to prevent ethnic competition. I feel like that can be a bit more, emphasized, because like if you are to give land to ethnic groups, there might be a controversy that they might want to like govern these places. So how do you plan to tackle it? And also West African places are have like very is not very high, is not very strong in military powers and all.
The delegate of Japan would like to raise a point of information.
Yes, delegate.
Based on the Republic of Tunisia speech, if you provide land to all these minor ethnic groups, the main cause of ethnic conflicts is due to the competition of such factors such as land, power, money. If you give more land to the ethnic minorities, how can you guarantee that there'll be no more fights or rebellions done by the upper ethnic groups against these ethnic minorities for these pieces of land?
Yes, I was coming to that point. Thank you.
Sorry, Tunisia. So delegate of Egypt, Yemen, and China, we would like an amendment, and we would state the amendment after all the questions are done. Thank you.
Delegate of India.
Thank you for recognition. I have the same point as the other two delegates, but I state the whole 4C wrong. Giving equal amount.
Yeah, please clarify, delegate.
Giving equal amount of lands, how is that possible?
Delegates, kindly answer the questions, please.
Oh, can I reply, Chair?
Yes, delegate, you may.
So government has given or does not mind with some ethnicities having larger amount of land than other ethnicities. So if the government can equalize that by equalizing the land with the larger, like the ethnicity with the larger land, and equalizing that with the ethnicity with a very minimal land, then that would mean that you can share the land, which means equal land shared, right?
Chair, point of sorry.
Okay,
I would like
delegate.
to raise.
We have extended quite a lot from the.
Can I just
Chair,
finish
one
this point?
question. Chair, just 1 point of information.
Okay, 1 point of information we'll take.
With this, nothing, Chair, but
May
we
I?
had 5 amendments, Chair.
Delegates, when you're presenting an amendment, please present it in a document form so that we can actually recognize it.
Or else, can we just enter our amendments in the chat box, Chair, and then they can use it?
Yes, due to a time constraint that we will recognize that. So please do it as fast as possible.
Chair, may I ask my point of information?
Yes, you may. Please make it fast.
Yes, the delegate who is screen sharing, can you go to the operator clause 1H? Thank you. Enforcement of laws where persons holding legally or illegally claimed arms are handed over. Delegate, this is quite impractical. They are not school children where they will just hand it over to the government. And also some regions of conflict such as Nigeria, in which the Islamic terrorist group Boko Haram, they're trying to overthrow the government. So if you're going to offer these weapons to the government, then the Boko Haram within a small duration time will seize these weapons, and you're just further adding fuel to the fire. So what is your take on this for the specification of the country of Nigeria?
May I reply to this? Sure. Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you, delegate. I don't think we have time to answer that. A delegate of Japan, are you presenting the amendments in the chat?
1 second, Chair.
Okay. The sponsors of this resolution, please note that if we recognize more than 5 amendments, we will scrap this resolution and we'll move on to voting on the Russian Federation's resolution.
Sorry, Chair. I am by mistake. I'm sending it to the personal chats. I'm sorry. Yes, Chair.
Honorable Chair,
Yes, Delegate.
could the delegate of the Republic of Yemen raise a point of information to the delegate of Japan?
Sorry, Delegate, no. We are running out of time.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes. Who am I speaking to?
Chinmay from IP. So is the draft resolution 2 submitted by Egypt and Yemen scrapped?
If you recognize these amendments, then yes.
Chair, and can the delegate kindly just move a little bit up? I need the name of the two preamps because I need the name of the clause, the number of the clause. Thank you.
Thank you.
A little bit down, delegate. Basics of the Russian Federation has made a point on the basis of adoption. Where is that? Delegate, not here, delegate. It's on the first page. No problem. I have done all the amendments in the chat, which is the basis of adoption of the policy by the UNGA, which was there in the preamble clause. The one more was the amendment in which MSC will do the will check the flow of all the second small and large arms and weapons. The removal of 1H and the removal of 4C, and also the removal of clause 2 and clause 3. Thank you. All of this was stated by the Russian Federation. Thank you. Chair?
Yes, Delegate, 1 second.
Okay, Chair.
By the amendments brought forward by Russian Federation, Republic of India, and Delegate of Japan, this resolution has been scrapped. So we will move on to voting for the resolution brought by the delegate of the bloc of Russian Federation. So are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Japan, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Japan would like to suspend formal debate and raise a motion for the formal voting of a resolution proposed by the sponsors of the Russian Federation and Japan.
This is not formal debate, but we will accept that.
I'm sorry, Chair.
All delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please use the raise hand feature.
Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Delegate.
If on any chance, if the resolution doesn't get enough votes and doesn't get 2 by 3rd of the whole committee, will there be no resolution or will it just be declared as the final resolution?
No, Delegate. The committee has failed then.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
All delegates must vote now, so please do vote. Okay, we have recognized 18. All delegates wishing to vote against the motion. Delegates wishing to vote against the motion, please put your hands up. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to voting. So we will call out the names of the country. So and you must say if you're voting against or voting for the resolution.
The point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Isn't it affirmative and a negative vote?
Yes, delegate. Affirmative, negative, or you can abstain, but that's not possible. So.
Delegates, all the delegates who have said that they're present and voting are the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Germany, Ivory Coast Republic, Japan, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Spain, Republic of China, Republic of India, Republic of South Africa, Republic of the Congo, Republic of Tunisia, Russian Federation. Yes, all of these delegates are expected to vote. Now, all in favor of passing the resolution put forward by the Russian Federation's bloc, please raise your hands. Delegates, this resolution clearly passes.
Well, congratulations, delegates. The committee is officially a success.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, for now, the committee has ended, so you may leave the meeting if you wish to do so, or you can stick around and socialize. We'll have wait, just before that, any motion on the floor to adjourn the committee? Delegate of South Africa.
The delegate would like to raise a motion to end the committee.
Delegates voting for the motion.
May I ask a question before that?
Yes, Delegate Tanisha.
I thought there was a super committee. Or
No, it's after this meeting. This after this meeting adjourns, delegate.
So we'll get the information based on that after?
Yes, delegate, for sure.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Spain.
What was the motion again?
It was a motion to adjourn the committee. Delegates voting for the motion. Delegates voting against the motion.
One second.
All right, so the committee is officially adjourned. With that, the committee ends. Delegates, you may now you can leave if you wish to do so. We'll have just a second. Just as the meeting ends, you may use the super committee link to join. Some delegates will be contacted who's part of the super committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates.
Thank
you, Chair.
Thank you.
The Chair, the link for the super committee meeting will be sent in the group WhatsApp group.
I'm sorry, delegates. Any further questions?
Has the meeting link been sent in the group?
It will be sent in the group if it has not.
Thank you, Chair.
At what time will this super committee be held?
Right now.
Everyone has to join.
No delegate, a few delegates will be contacted.